Good evening. Hello and welcome. It's episode 32 of Cometh the Fall, Cabin Fever. How's it going, everybody? It's Friday. How y'all doing? Just a Sad Lurker, Zebus, Octal, ProStar, Edtastic. Hello, Kieran. Tatsuya, Broken NPC, Chris, EMC. Jublane, Zoro, Bentley, Gaming Void. Felipe? Hello. And hello, Varus. Good evening, folks. You got some chips? Nice. What time? Also, how is everybody's week thus far? And hopefully this Friday, this game that we are playing today can make your day just a little bit better if need be. No longer dog sitting. Nice. Doritos Flamin' Hot. Good stuff. Just a Sad Lurker, thank you very much as well for the resub for 4 months. I appreciate that. A bit tired because some GTFO. Nah, I wouldn't know anything about that. I slept like a baby. I'm great. Also beat a blacklist racer. What's that mean? Hoping he gets a little bit better. Had a small migraine today. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully this lovely D&D session can help you sort of, relax. Take some stress off you. Oh, that's right. You've been playing Need for Speed. I forgot about that. Welcome to Cometh the Fall, where we cure our emotional damage with some good old-fashioned beer in a cabin. That's right, brother. How's it going, FD? My, oh my. We have a session today. I'm very excited. I hope all of you are excited. We're going to give our players a hot minute to get themselves situated. Shake off any cobwebs, get their drinks, their snacks. And then after we do that, we're going to go ahead, we're going to get introduced to them. We're going to have our players introduce themselves one by one, as we usually do. And then I'm going to pick a player for the recount. Because I recounted last week. Just how hot will this minute be? Personally, like a nice 104 degrees? Maybe. If you guys have any quick questions before the game begins, now's your time to ask them. I got about 2 minutes before we transition over. Maybe, Idis, just maybe. Will the party be in mortal peril? Wouldn't that be interesting? No, they shouldn't, though. They're just here to check out on the old couple. Any other EU people in chat who's definitely not sleeping tonight? There's nothing wrong with getting some rest. Although I do appreciate all the EU watchers that stay up late to watch the game. How come the streamer players in chat are so cute? Good question. It isn't a Crown Dienge. There's not. Hey now. They can have wholesome moments too. Bass, thank you very much for the resub for 8 months. That is incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for as long as you have. Hey, Sinju, how's it going? Some fear and peril as a treat. A nice little tasty treat. Perfect. Well, I've given the players fair warning. Let's go ahead. Let's transition over to meet our players, shall we? As you can see behind me, there is a lovely free-floating chat. If you would like to be remembered or archived for the future, your words will appear behind me in any of our future VODs and highlights. So, leave your mark. Say hi. And let's get introduced, shall we? Hello, players.
Yo.
Hello, DM.
How's it going?
Let's go.
It is in
Hello,
fact going.
DM.
Hello. You guys got your snacks?
I have Skittles, Cheetos, and Nos, and dogs.
Nice.
And you got nothing for Genji, apparently.
Yeah, he's pissed.
Genji's a little fucking barky boy, so...
Genji's a little something, all right.
Well, I would ask how everybody's week's been, but I know because I've talked to most of you.
Didn't ask me. Beer.
No, you've been doing work. I don't care.
Oh. Wow.
How'd your corporate speaking go?
Oh, dude. It actually went really well, to the point where the owner of the company's, the president's daughter is like the head of operations. She's like, all right, let him off easy.
Good. Is everybody ready for today?
Excited. Not sure if ready, but excited.
Excited? Well, that's good.
Glad you're excited because it's about to get squirrely up in here.
My sinuses are acting up a bit, so my voice may be a bit weird.
That's fine. Today is just going to be a nice, simple day.
Okay.
Just some D&D.
I
Nice
don't
and
believe it.
relaxed. Carzoni, thank you very much. Is that a new sub? Hello. Welcome.
A new sub. Why are there so many subs in chat and no tops?
Stop.
Well, you see,
Stop it. If everybody's here,
But imagine if there were more.
stop it.
what, tops or subs? I don't really. What happened?
Subs.
Let's
Oh,
get introduced to our lovely players, shall we? Let's start down the line. We're going to have you introduce who you are, who you're playing, and a little bit about your character. And afterwards, I will pick a player to recount. Starting at the top, Alaric.
Hello, chatters. I play Alaric Cravain, a half-elf born from the very breast of Karim's steppes, taken through the rituals of his people since very young, guided through them by the patient hand of his grandfather, Juven. He lived a life of communing with nature under the shade of the gargantuan ash tree that looms over the whole island. Throughout these years of youth, he made his worship to Sheelir plain as his future paladin. Vows he did not forget when he was taken away to Rofield to be Drioskar's squire, to fight for House Steel's cause, no matter the cost and no matter the compromise.
Thank you. Kellen.
I play Callan Aldane, variant human ranger, and a son of a war hero, a knight of the realm, and a commander of the Grey Watch. His upbringing was not quite preordained, but through a great deal of hero worship on his mother's side, he eventually got old enough to join and proceeded through that. Eventually earning enough responsibility to go out on his own or with a small team, got captured, because, as you do, and ended up with these fine fellows, and at that point, escaped, and is now trying his best to make sure that they stay safe while we wander out in the middle of nowhere.
Indeed. Thank you. Marana.
Mhm.
I play Marana Lamordia, level 4 Dampier Rogue, with the strange abilities to commune and utilize the dead. Marana hails from the distant province of Vinheim, from an area known as Malgrove, a small but still sizable town that serves as the bulwark between the dragon mages of Vinheim and the horrors that lurk in the Grimwald. Marana made her way to the Southlands at the now seemingly fraudulent behest of Lord Hayne, and since being released from Hayne Keep with her allies, she is learning more about the terrors that lurk outside of her home.
Thank you. Ashilde.
I play Ashilda Ironhands, female dwarf scribe, wizard, and arcana cleric. Growing up in Tharkin's Deep gave me an appreciation for the craft, while vigorous studies in own rise helped me, in my opinion, put that craft to good use in my casting. Finding reverence in not only the magic that I learned, but the runes I crafted, simply solidified my faith in Moraltier and Ioun. But setting out, I wanted to find the shards of Thorland, at least the rumors of them. Maybe give this entire country something to rally around instead of being at each other's throats every 5 seconds. But alas, my trip had a wee bit of a detour. False incarceration, but I now find myself surrounded by some folks and, ironically, investigating the maladies of this town that once held me incarcerated.
Thank you. Siluro.
Greetings. I am Cyril von Ashfeld, Ward of House Ashfeld, this one blades. I am a level 4 Psi fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek the truth of the hidden malicious rot that finds itself squirming through my family and the Southlands. I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this has happened and how I can make that change.
Thank you. And finally, Yuria.
I play Yuria Zairi, the level 2 warlock, level 2 sorcerer. Hailing from the very distant lands of Shademore, under the empire of Alondris, I have come to Tyros to search for the lost history of my people. Since I have arrived here, I have found myself only gathering more questions, not only of my origins as my people, but as but the existence of myself, as a daughter of the moon, as a vessel for whatever creature lies within my own blade. While I confront these demons and these questions, I tag along with a party that I have been with now for some time. A party that I now consider, I suppose, for the first time, a set of friends. Hopefully, we live long enough for me to answer those questions, or reach some semblance of civilization, so that I may work my craft as a noblewoman, and not as this vagabond in the woodlands of Tyros and the Ettenmoor.
Thank you. Alaric. Why don't you recount what happened last week?
Holy crap, he actually nailed it.
No, he told me. I was fucking
Oh.
around.
Oh, you jerk. You jerk.
Yeah. um, our day began at the front seat of Shane's wagon. At the culmination, I believe, of a conversation between Siluril and Yuria. Somewhat impudent, I should say, as they were obviously unaware of who was eavesdropping and listening to the exchange. Shane. And he overheard from Yuria's own mouth that the party had been in the past prisoners, kept inside of a jail, one unspecified for the purposes of the conversation, and due to that it only left Shane the more confused, unable to connect the dots in a manner favorable to the party. I did not like the way he looked at me when we all were revealed to be former cellmates. He saw me in a new light, even if a momentary one. He believed my heft and rough manners make me some kind of thug, some kind of bully. I tried to dissuade him of such thoughts, explained to him that we were kept there on bogus charges, we were maligned by a flawed system, one abused by Hain to bring us in under pretensions of lawfulness. But even as I spoke, he had this gawking look, a mismatch of awe and incomprehension. I do not think he truly grasped what it all meant, this grander scheme of things, and I do not blame him. He further proved his point when Siluriel and Yuria fell in on my words, adding in vague terms that we were stolen away for some bigger purpose, one that we've yet to even understand ourselves, a game of nobility, of schemes and influence. After that, the conversation naturally turned towards what to do, what issue to tackle first. We had promised the constable to handle the situation around town, but first we had given our word to Shane to handle his horses and situate them favorably, at least before he settled in to work for us in the long term. It was difficult to find a resolution. One side of the group, as always, wanted to go and rush his horses back to the town before everything else, whereas the other wished to stay in town already, handle matters right away. In my eyes, both sides held equal merit. On one hand, we'd free ourselves of the responsibility owed to Shane, while on the other, time wasted on the road and traveling is time we could use solving the grievous circumstances of the township. I wanted the former above all else. I wanted to be true to what we said to Shane. But the smarter thing, I feel, smarter above pride in one's honor, one's word, would be to stay. For time is critical in these times of strife, specifically here, this township. We tried to get Shane to the side for us, but it was too much for him. He couldn't choose. I tried to put it in plain perspective. His lost things or the horses. Before he could answer, he started dithering, doing his usual fidgeting. Yuria intercepted in the silence, and as always she spoke wisely. Told us what all of us already knew, that he cares more about the horses than anything else, and so the answer was plain. But I wanted to hear it from Shane, from him. By Shilir's shaggy bark, hear him speak for himself. And he did, thankfully. He expressed, almost word for word, what Yuria had said, that he wanted his horses. But he only did so after Siluril had almost bored a hole into his shoulder with how much he was squeezing him. Finally, we decided then that it'd be best if we stabled the horses and went in to sleep. Whatever we wanted to do, we could do it in the morning just the same. But before we did so, Shane broached the subject of rats in his barn. Said he had to go there with a small blade to cull them from time to time. Keep them from nipping at the horses' legs or stealing their feed. Kellen offered to do so, and Shane assured him it'd be no issue. If they have killed giant snakes in the past, what issue could tiny rats pose? And we all agreed. Except Yuria. She had a prophetic worry for the act itself, and counseled that perhaps we had to sleep on it first, then go clear it as a group. But Kellen hoped to handle it before the morning, as we had more important affairs in the coming day, and I agreed with him. It made sense. And off he went. Off he went to the barn all by himself as we settled in Shane's home, and arranged things as neatly as we could to settle in for a good night's rest. I started a stew, recalled how much I know I'll begin to miss Sabine's hand in making food, and resolved to match her skill as best I could. However, fraught a proposition. Some conversation was had while I cooked, but in reality I couldn't stop thinking about that night in Renault's home. I can't help it. The silence didn't last long. After a while, I couldn't even hear myself think, so I couldn't stay in the house. I resolved to head outside instead and cut some wood, to think on things and have more firewood for the fire. I've always been more at peace when surrounded by tree shades, I don't know. But this peace outside did not last long. From my reverie freed me Kellen's sudden scream from the barn. As unbeknownst to us all, the rats weren't small by any margin of the word. They were giant, and they ambushed our valiant ranger in a vile manner. Morana rushed out of the home right as I charged in his direction, much faster than I, and she helped him. I saw him fall before my very own eyes, and my heart sunk to my stomach so heavy I couldn't breathe. Luckily, our sickly, frail, and unskilled Lamordia killed him faster than I could blink, the rats, and saved Kellen from being gnawed to death. I fell to my knees beside him, hurt as he was, late to do any fighting, and hoped instead to beseech Helios' will in restoring Kellen back to good health. To my rotten luck, I found that the Wildfather finds me worthy no longer. I've been made fallow. If it hadn't been for Siluril, I would have lost a friend. Luckily, she arrived swiftly and brought him back from that disastrous brink with her draconic powers. Her ability to heal, yet to be explained. When he finally opened his eyes, he beseeched his mother before anything else. Confused at what he saw, as bleary-eyed, he was slung back into the waking world. Siluriel explained to him what had happened, and he swore he'd speak to Shane about the rats. Morana then went into detail about the fight as she saw it, and protested to get Kellen inside. To be true, it took me a moment to realize her request. I was still perplexed. Perplexed at the lack of levity by which Kellen took in the happenings, asking to himself why it was that things hurt. So silly. Unbelievable. Almost like a child. I helped him up, and shoulder to shoulder guided him and assisted him on the way home. When finally he was set on that bed, it felt like things were about to calm down, to cool down, and I was glad for it. Too many inexplicable things transpiring, too much nonsense. Our luck kept turning, and for the worse. Perhaps a new day was just what we needed. Most of us fell into sleep, except for Yuria and Morana, who sat outside to keep watch. I myself took to my bed gladly, happy to close my eyes and let the hours pass by in the silence of my dreams. Only that these dreams weren't too silent. It was images again, almost in like episodes. Episodes of that fated dream I had in the prison. About the fire, the flame, whatever it meant. And as things began to come together and make sense in this oblivion, in this dream, a voice as sweet as honey pulled me back to the world. Yuria, waking me up. That knowing smirk on her gentle face, the passive shrewdness always present in her expression, and her eyebrows eloquent. I couldn't be upset, even if I tried. And I did try. Tried to tease her in my half-asleepness. But even then I couldn't succeed. She bid me to stand up, and I did. I decided to take the watch by myself rather than wake any other. We missed Savine, and so someone had to be alone. May as well be me. I wasn't scared. I was right at the door, and if rats came my way, even if they surprised me, I assume I could potentially tear them apart, and if not, I could always scream good enough to be heard, and my friends were right there. An hour or so into my watch, I saw a shadowy streak beyond the dead angle of my eyes. I turned and looked, and saw there in the dusky lane a moving silhouette. Shivers ran down my spine as the contour of a child hurried through an alley and beyond my vision. When I stood up and looked through the pouring rain, I saw the vague resemblance of tiny footpaths clear across the barnyard's field, running out to the main road where I first saw the shadow. How did I not see them before? I stepped out past the porch and moved to the barn to check on the horses. Seemed smart. Sure enough, it hadn't been a horse thief but a rat thief. The corpses were all gone. Only the gore of the fight's aftermath was left. The horses, luckily, they were fine. Rather than chase after the boy alone, I went to the house and woke up Yuria. Why Yuria, I don't know. It made sense. I explained to her what happened, and together we stepped back out to the porch to survey on everything that I saw and gain her perspective, these given facts. And just as we spoke, traded ideas on the possibility of what could have been, if it had been a witch or not. Two figures appeared in the road beyond the picket fence, gazing in our direction. The most bland and unassuming looking man that I've ever laid eyes upon. I mean, truly, I couldn't think of a better word to describe his face other than uninspired. Flat. I'd learn later that he was Yuri's brother, Sebastian. And I can say without doubt that he got the short end of the siri stick. The other figure was him again. Trioskar. The lion in my dreams, the face that I see haunting my every failure. The last time I saw him, I had split his jaw from his mandible, but now there he was, as regal as ever. His haughty expression, the uncanny depredation in his eyes, the same I see in my very own. He demanded that I followed out into the night towards him, to do what I imagine is finish what in Renault's cabin we started. Yuri's brother wanted her to go there as well, to play with some chicken, whatever his name was. We refused. After some time, these visions faded and in their place was left a guardsman. We invited him closer and explained to him the happening with the most recent invader, stealing the rats' corpses, the possible child. We explained to him their size and he was shocked. We explained to him everything regarding the attack, how Kellen was hurt, almost killed. But he thought it'd be best to take the accounting from the victim himself. And so he had us wake up Kellen in the middle of the night so that they could speak together. They did, and I left him and Yuria to explain it all while I heated up some stew for him. Once they were done, I arrived with the bowl only to find that he was already leaving. Such is my luck. He placed it on the ground and quickly walked off to take his findings back to what I can only imagine was the constable. It was around this time that Siluril woke up and she took watch. Yuria, Kellen, and I went back to sleep, and as I pressed my face to that pillow again, I thanked my stars that she accompanied me in the reminder of my watch. Another debt owed. Things progressed as normal by the time we all woke up. A lazy morning spent mostly eating and washing and getting ready to depart. It occurred to us at some point to wake Shane up, only to find him feverish, weak, and unable to do so. He couldn't wake up. Because of this, he became everyone's priority, and we agreed that some of us would stay behind, while Kelling and I searched for the local healer, witch, Volva, to check on him. She was called a wisdom as well in this town. One of the peasantry had told us. This hard-working old figure with heavy brows. He wouldn't tell us exactly where she lived. In fact, he was a man of short words. So we were forced to head to the constabulary to search for more strict directions. We figured that the constable wouldn't mince words. He'd exactly know where she is. What we hadn't accounted for is that he might be busy. And as we crossed the threshold of that ironwood door, we entered a room full of dwarven invective. A girl unknown to both Kellen and I had been taken for inappropriate use of magic, and this time it was not Cyril. She was chewing out every person in that room, even Kellen and I, as we arrived, and we hadn't done anything yet. We waited in silence for a short moment to hear him futilely try and explain to her, this dwarf, the situation at hand. But she wouldn't have it. He expounded upon the laws over what is transpiring in town, but again, she wouldn't have it. Luckily for him, the constable, he noticed us after a moment and stepped up to us so that we could explain our need. And eventually Shane stayed. As our bad luck would have it, the wisdom had crossed the canal and was now on the other side, so we were left bereft of a healer, for help. The dwarf, well, she overheard, asked if we were in need of a healer. Kellen and I saw an opportunity, and before we could even put together convincing words so that the constable would free her, she went off into another tirade. Luckily for us, there was enough to breach the constable's nerve. He, funnily enough, he surrendered. He gave her to us without reimbursement policy, and after a bit more talking about the conditions of her release, he finally let her go. And we stepped out into the road. On our heading towards home, we introduced ourselves to her, Kellen and I. There was a bit of teasing, but in between we learned that her name is Ashilda, and that she takes no shit from the likes of me or anyone. And I couldn't blame her. I wouldn't take shit from me either. When we got home and introduced a shield to all, the conversation on what to do arose once more. As a shielder got to work, again we wondered on what comes next. We're rather indecisive like that. Once more I stood by delivering Shane's horses, but others would then impale that we had work to do in town. Another truth, one that we already visited. I offered thus a middle ground. Chanced asked the constable for his help, that perhaps he'd have a solution. And together all, we agreed, and even Shane did after Ashilda woke him up with a slap. By the way, what kind of disease is that? What kind of healing hand is one that slaps you across the face so that you shake it off? Whatever. He agreed as well. I didn't question much that he was feeling good all of a sudden, and I was glad that soon after, when we stepped out into the road, Shane came along. And by the time we made it back to the constabulary, he seemed himself again, no longer as pale. We arrived in decent time too, and inside, many of the previously deputized people were missing. I did recognize Lawrence, however. He was still there. The constable didn't bother with pleasantries. As soon as we arrived, he greeted us. He asked us if Ashilda had helped. We told him she had. However simple seeming her methods were, it still did the job. And because of it, he waived what jail time he had planned for her. After breaking the law, of course. Ashilda didn't like this. Quipped something about some kind of apology. He wouldn't give it. Instead, the constable explained to her that there's this young, bald man by the name of Joshua with a really prodigious mustache that's supposed to tell her about the laws on the other end of the canal. Apparently he didn't. According to Ashilda, he was out there chasing skirt. A shame. Either way, the rest of the conversation was sort of pointless. She added the name Joshua to her little book of hate, and that was that. After that, I propositioned to the constable that if he could spare some men, we could take Shane back to Elion with his horses, and it'd come with a condition. That we'd stay, that we'd take over their duties and do what we promised we'd do. Such condition was no condition at all. It was part of the promise. He required confirmation from Siluril, however. It felt rather insulting as he was speaking to me, but it did a lot of us no good for my pride to get in the way, for me to complain. Either way, she gave it to him, swearing the 5th time that she'd do right by his home. After this, Morana wondered if others had gotten sick, and the constable revealed that an older couple that lived further down the canal had taken to the same disease as Shane. Upon expounding on the issue itself and saying goodbye to Shane, We agreed to check on them. Before leaving, however, we requested some equipment. Siloril received a badge of sorts. She pinned it to her chest, and I got some shackles. Finally, after that, we set out and into the outside, following a road that began a stone and morphed into a beaten path as we made our way to that small retreat away from the town, where the old couple lived. It took us a while to get to it, and when we did, it was this rustic but homely cottage from which a horrible stench emanated. We waited around the home for a while before entering the property itself. We called out for them, for Henry, for Anna, as we scoped out the place, and after a bit of negotiating with Yuria, we walked up to the door. There, Morana noticed that the windows and hatches and everything except the door had been battened through with planks and nails. All of it looked hurriedly hammered in. Lamordia asked me for caution as I stepped up to the door and pushed it gently. And as I did, its bottom sill dragged along what I can only guess was a perfect little barrier of salt, breaking it through as it went ajar under my pushing hand. Why it was there, who knows? And that is where we left off.
Thank you. Oh, you already have inspiration. Damn, sucks to suck.
Oh no.
Wasted.
You all find yourselves outside of the cabin. Again, this beautiful cottage with a small sign on the front of the door that greets you. Twin hummingbirds, their beaks touching with welcome written beneath it. I'll ask again. Having already pushed the door open and broken the seal, are you pushing it open entirely?
Well, Morana did caution Alaric to go slow, and I think that warning would have prevented him from being too brusque in pushing open the door. Once he felt the salt pile sort of dissolve onto the floor, he'd look down and catch himself on the frame with his other hand. He wouldn't open it all the way.
Whenever you're...
In fact,
Continue.
he'd take a step back, actually, and motion to it wordlessly.
Everybody should be able to see the map.
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Having stepped back, gesturing to this broken line of salt, what's everybody doing?
Do I know what a line of salt means?
Anyone know what a line of salt means?
Right.
Because otherwise I'm gonna just
Gonna
be like,
say.
it's salt.
Gonna
Still
wreck
Why
my brain.
doesn't everybody roll me a history check?
Oh
Doo-doo-doo.
boy.
You want ants? That's how you get ants.
Salt is actually used for preserving, not tracking.
Prepare
Sugar
to be
wood.
bored.
Everybody else, whatever assumption you may have, that's probably what your character would know. For Silro, in the Ettenmoor, it is an old wives' tale. It is said that salt, as well as things as iron, are things to keep out malicious spirits. Things like ghosts, wraiths, specters that would otherwise haunt the mortal world. Generally, this superstition is looked down upon. Nobody ever really even thinks those things exist, let alone has ever seen them. Strange that an old couple would have a line of salt behind their door.
Did you break that? Or was it already broken? She leans to look.
One of the hinges must be loose. When I pushed it open, the rail dragged the salt across. It must have been a complete line. I definitely disturbed it.
Why doesn't everybody roll me a perception check? You all would hear it. You all would hear it. Faint at first. Almost inaudible. But it sounds like crying.
Do you hear that?
Yes. I don't like it. DM.
Yes.
Does it sound like a woman's cry, or a man's cry, or a child's cry?
It's hard to discern.
I agree, Doug.
It's, again, it's almost inaudible. It's only here with the door being partially ajar that you hear it. It sounds muffled, faint. And whenever the party's ready, you can open that door fully.
Or, hear me out, we close and we lie about it.
They're dead. They're dead.
Yep,
No.
natural causes.
Alaric will very gently investigate for traps.
Yeah? Roll me an investigation.
No. There's baby powder put on top of the door.
Taking a moment, there's this moment where you already sort of begin to put two and two together. If there were traps here, you lovely barbarian, you'd have activated them already when you pushed the door open.
Very well. Just had to be sure. Lovely barbarian me.
Wrong character, by the way. What's Alaric know about traps?
Nothing. If there's a string, there's probably a guillotine above. And if it's not that, he's out of his element. And he'll push the door open.
Whenever you're ready, you should be able to right-click on that door icon.
Head to left click. We'll slowly step in.
Pushing the door open allows you to reveal what lies beyond. Rather, the mess that lies beyond. You would see instantly as you step in the broken furniture, the building cobwebs, splinterings of wood, and broken segments of the floor. Tattered as it all is, as well as the smatterings of old blood. Now the inside of the windows are more apparent. It's not just nails that they were using to keep the windows closed. There's also segments of iron and wood that were bound over the windows. Inside is a stagnant air. That rancidness still present, but there's something more. The scent of decay. The door's been open, party. What are the rest of you doing?
Does the smell waft out of, like, the house?
Oh, yes.
Ooh, that's bad.
It was as if that door was the only thing keeping that smell at bay. And now it begins to permeate.
Yuria's entire body stiffens when the smell hits her, and she quickly casts Presti on her own helmet to clear out the pungent odor. After taking a few moments of fresh air, she side-eyes Siluril. Well, I suppose it would be redundant to say stay on guard.
Yes. She says as she covers her mouth with her gauntlet, like her nose and mouth area. Eric, it's okay to proceed.
Alaric's been snooping inside with like this crunched look, like his nose pressed together, his brows furrowed in. When he looks over his shoulder and sees them all outside still kind of gaping at him. What are you doing? Come in. Hurry up. It's alright. It's safe.
It's as you move that you can hear it, if you can't already hear it. The breathing in your ear.
Yeah, I can hear that, DM. I can hear that. He also took a step aside to give room for his party of brave companions.
You have full ability to move, by the way. And as you step inside, there's that crunch, the crack of broken pottery and glass beneath your heels. Most of this area is considered difficult terrain.
I know not much of beasts, other than those I have hunted with my brothers or family. This here, she points downward as she bends at the knee and the sounds of her metal, pull against each other. This does not look like it was caused by a normal dog.
None of this does. She looks at the ruins around them. Certainly didn't do this, as her gaze turns towards the apparently fruitless attempts to bar up the windows. Strange. It's like they knew something was coming, for all the good it did them.
Having had this pointed out by Silveril, Morana kind of looks over to the markings on the floor that were pointed out. And DM, I'd like to roll investigation to see if there's anything more I can learn about them.
Certainly. There will be another roll associated with this as well.
Oh, shit.
A wisdom save. Let's go.
Yes. You'll notice as you step into the house, by the way, you have a new bar over your head. It's 0 out of 10. I'm introducing the stress mechanic. I'm just fucking with you. You would notice with this investigation, with your 23, I might add, as you're sort of peering at this, you would see that the breaks in the wood are jagged, forceful. But you would notice as well that there are the splinters that sort of line these breaks. And you would see that there's segments of dried skin. Sickly green and pale. As well, what appears to be a broken portion of a fingernail or a claw. It's hard to tell.
Oh,
It was
I'm glad you said
Claw.
claw. I was like, a fingernail? Oh! Why does a human's fingernail freak me out more than a monster's fingernail?
Marana will very gingerly pick up that discarded piece of a nail with whatever small bit of decaying flesh attached to it. For a moment, she forgets that no one can quite understand her as she gestures in sign language, but then quickly realizes, I found something. Something was clawing its way rather violently, and with little disregard for itself, it tore behind pieces of itself.
Now here's the other roll. Roll me an Arcana check.
Oh, yeah, that thing I'm great at.
This is part of monster hunting.
I know, I don't recognize it.
No, you don't. Disfigured, jagged, gnarly as it is, even with the amount of flesh that sort of hangs off of it, the viscous material that's built beneath the surface, you do not know what this is from.
Is there anything that I can identify that doesn't involve Arcana? Nature? Survival?
No. Not about the fingernail.
About the claw marks?
You can assist Marana, but Marana already rolled pretty high with her investigation.
And I assist with the Arcana check since she's pointed it out.
Actually, one moment. I will let you roll a
Alright.
survival check.
No.
Yeah, let's do
For
survival.
For which part?
For the
Claw
claw marks.
Changing my dice didn't do anything.
You don't survive.
No, apparently I just die again.
In this moment, it's hard to distinguish anything about these marks. Perhaps another set, if you can find any, might reveal more. And yes, you can assist with Arcana.
Yuria would step up to Marana to peer at what she got.
So roll again, Marana.
Oh,
13. Still not enough. Attempting to point out the similarities of these, what is revealed to you is that it appears to be more human. You now realize that it's actually a fingernail, but has grown to a rather disgusting length. You would also notice in your searching around, well, rather, believe that be until pointed out by the party.
These noises, the breathing in one's ear, the gentle crying, these aren't things that one ignores and survives in Shademore. Is Detect Thoughts still active?
Yes?
Does she sense any presence?
Now that you're inside the house, yes.
Many.
One. And the words repeat. I'm sorry.
Yuria would silently mutter, I'm sorry. Sort of as she tries to decipher what it's saying. Let me see.
What are the rest of you doing? You're all very quiet, I might add.
Just let him do his thing.
So I was just checking to see if Tech Thoughts gave you the exact location of people you detect, but I think it just, you know that they're there.
Indeed.
Elric stands there and is visibly afraid.
After saying, I'm sorry, Yuria would look to the rest of the party. Something's in here with us.
Draw the blade.
Shield is just
never draw
quiet.
the flail. Sorry.
Once Yuria says that, Elric looks at her with this expression that has like a foregone conclusion, essentially asking, without the words themselves, really?
In response to the look, she raises a single finger, indicating that there is one other entity somewhere nearby.
Morana looks up. How high are the ceilings?
The ceilings are about 10 feet up.
Okay.
You'd have seen something hanging from the ceilings when you walked in.
Somebody has some
I know.
experience in D&D.
Why doesn't everybody roll me a perception or investigation, whichever you prefer?
Henry?
Oh, you call out?
Oh no. Oh no. Haven't
The
you played
breathing.
Phasmo?
I was just about to say.
The breathing stops.
I hate it here. I don't like that. Go back to breathing.
And that fear is present with that natural one. Ashilde, Kellen, Yuria. In this moment, as you're snooping around, as you're keeping your attention open, something catches your attention over here. Perhaps you can already see it on the map.
I did, but I didn't want to meta, you know. That seems cheap.
If you can see it on the map, you should probably ask questions about it. Everything serves a purpose.
What about this tiny hat?
Also, looks like it probably belonged to one of the couple.
It's very small.
It's like a little bowler hat.
We found the residence of the last gnome in existence.
They died.
He died here.
You
The
three,
last remnants a pork pie hat.
you three would notice what appears to be carvings or a very heavy chalk drawing of a sigil beneath the torn cart or beneath the torn carpet.
Shielda will swallow hard and edge her way past Alaric. and study the symbol on the ground a little bit further, edging the carpet back with her foot, trying not to disturb the symbol.
You would notice that even moving the carpet doesn't appear to, like, destroy or ruin the mark. Why don't you roll me an Arcana check? This had some level of magic within it, latent as it was, dormant now, actually destroyed. When you look at it as one of the sigils, the line has been carved through it, destroying the mark. This was some form of abjuration spell, shielding or warding to protect, perhaps from being seen or from a house being entered. But it's been destroyed.
Well, this didn't really pan out for them, did it?
What is it?
Well, it was a symbol used in an abjuration spell for warding, but it's been destroyed.
Abjuration. Interesting.
Do you know what it was supposed to ward against?
Can I try and study it a little closer? Try and discern what spell it might be?
You might have to expend a spell slot. Actually, if somebody wants to assist you, it'll be another Arcana check.
Yuria, having asked the question and sort of wandered over to see, eyes would be darting around to see if the sigil was broken anywhere, and that would be sort of how she assists, is by pointing out any sort of marks or imperfections in this one sword.
Also,
see.
I am proficient.
Good.
Do you want me to roll, or do you want?
Straight
Or-
roll or
This will be, you'll be rolling with advantage because you're being assisted.
and that's shift, correct?
You've been playing
can
with
just hit-
Foundry for a year.
You can just,
Yeah.
as a plus, if you hover over your Arcana check, you can hit the plus, and it'll just roll it again.
Now I want a separate roll.
Oh, never mind. I'm causing misinformation.
So with your 17, there you go. Yes. With Yuria's help, you would know the spell that this is. Protection from good and evil.
Oh. This was a protection from good and evil? They were trying to keep something they thought. Well, unless they were, closet devil or demon worshippers. My guess is they were trying to keep something evil out of their home.
Where would villagers learn magic like that? Looks rather complex for me.
It is incredibly complex. This doesn't look like a pastime people should have. This looks practiced, learned over years.
Something like someone who studied at Arias would possibly pull.
Potentially.
Well, if they didn't study at Arias, they spent a lot of time learning.
Yuria wrinkles her nose. The constable mentioned this couple was reclusive. I think we're learning why. Are you sure they were trying to keep something out?
Well, I can't be sure of anything unless I ask them.
Good point.
But whatever it was, broke the symbol right here. And she'll point at the claw mark through it. The gash. So the spell is Broken, ineffective, inert. No longer working, now you might say.
I suppose you can tell just from looking at it what they were trying to protect against specifically, good or evil.
No. With the spell destroyed, the only way you'd be able to tell is if it was active.
She'll warily shake her head no.
Yuria glances to a shield. We've seen you cast Detect Magic, right? With Shane? Just to be
Yeah,
sure.
with a ritual.
I note that you are able to detect the presence of magic, and you are studied. Do you know how to detect? Do you have detections for spirits as well? Or the undead? There might still be whatever was entered or released. It might still be here. She glances a little worriedly over her shoulder, deeper into the cabin.
She'll shake her head. Magic and poisons I can do, but with
Sorry.
those who are no longer living and things of that nature, I cannot do it.
Yeah. So we find out the hard way.
So, party. What are you doing?
I would like to look at these bits of iron, these iron spikes.
What are you trying to discern?
Like, are these just raw materials? Are they like nails? And yeah,
Why,
is this a finished product or is it just kind of a raw material?
why don't you roll me another investigation?
Eh?
These are finished materials. They don't appear to be like the usual nails that you would find that are sort of made by like a blacksmith. These appear to be very purposefully made because not only do these nails have like a sort of thicker width and sort of length to them, but you would also notice that the heads of them have small marks carved into them.
What does the mark look like?
It's hard to distinguish, but it appears to be what looks to be like a sort of X with dots on either side.
Would I know of any sort of symbols like that? Or would that be a history?
This is getting into superstition.
Oh,
So why don't you roll me a history check?
okay. Oh shit.
You would.
Wow.
The superstition is predominantly found in Tyros. It is, again, what you're finding here is very rudimentary witchcraft. Not evil, I might add. A lot of this is like protective warding, things to keep spirits, other witches, things like that out. These specifically sort of stop, it basically works very similar to a line of salt.
So more symbols for warding.
Indeed.
Well, it may not be Orion magic, but the symbols on these nails, They're made like in the old folk tales of witchcraft used against other witches.
Alaric, who's been very bravely holding the door open, looks beyond its edge over to Morana. How can you tell?
I heard tales of this growing up. How some of our hunters would find this on the outlying villages and small settlements, ones that were very close to the Grimwald. Some people there, they may have had a wisdom of their own that would make a symbol similar to this one on the nails, in hopes it would keep out some of the monsters. It rarely did.
So it never worked, or?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Sometimes which is stronger, magic or monsters.
What all of this is telling me is that they were precipitating some kind of attack.
They were very much prepared for something. That
So,
much is certain.
Yes.
where you're standing, having sort of stepped through the broken wall into what is perhaps the dining room, you would hear faint muttering, whispered words.
Oh, yeah? What does this
Unintelligible.
look like?
Looks like a pile of refuse, trash, broken objects shoveled into a corner.
With flail in hand. Going to attempt to peer around this corner.
Peering around the corner, why don't you roll me a perception check?
Oh my god, fucking. Ah.
10. You'd be able to see what you see on the map there. And what does that look like no more than 15 feet away from you?
Well. A bag of rice?
That's not 15 feet. The claw marks.
Oh, okay.
So, Silver's hungry.
I get you're stressed.
Okay, I'm stressing. I'm sorry. So I'll just like pull out a bag of fucking dried bananas.
You would
Oh my
see,
god, she's ugly eating. Oh no.
rounding the corner, the most apparent being more smatterings of blood, dried as it is, as well as the deep grooves in the wood.
She would step back around the corner and whisper to those here. There's another corridor. It wraps around this corner here. And there's a lot more blood. I mean, not to alarm you, but there is a... She just like kind of points behind her.
You said there's more blood?
Yes,
Well,
it seems to be another room. I do not want to walk in and be ambushed by a rat.
safe to say that Henry and Anna might be dead. So how about, listen, he holds up his palms, how about we step outside and burn down the damn thing?
Absolutely not. Until we can confirm that they are not dead.
Look around.
On Alec's request to look around, Yuri would look to the scattered pieces of cloth, the pants, and the hat. What sort of state are what sort of state are they in? Do they look like they've been cut or stabbed,
No.
ripped up?
They appear to be abandoned. Removed. Aside from the sort of apparent soiling that's on them, either be it mildew or sort of broken pieces of glass or wood, there's no marks or cuts.
I was also standing on a shirt. I didn't even see that.
Yes, there's the shirt. Ashilde is standing on the hat, and there's the pair of pants that are right there as well.
There's no like blood on them.
No.
They look like a. Does it look to be like a shirt or like a blouse? Like, was this something that Henry or Anna would have?
This appears to be. It looks like a sort of flannel top.
Okay.
It looks like something that you've seen the other farmers wear, sort of over a shirt beneath.
I mean, I swear if these are Wendigos or werewolves, I'm gonna freak out.
Wendigos. I love those guys.
Nobody loves those guys.
While I'm going to roleplay amongst
Yeah.
yourselves, I'll be right back.
I can only speak. I can't move.
I can't perform action. Help. Well, at this point, Zillow's warnings and the impending threat that she senses, Uriel would draw her blood and use it to point at the clothes. Despite all the bloodshed and the marks, I have looked around Rick, and if you notice what clothes are here, seem to be unaffected by whatever brawl happened. No blood, no stab wounds. Just the mildew that suggests they've been here a while.
What is your conclusion?
I don't know if I have a conclusion as to what's happening here, but my assumption was that these would have been taken off, presumably not by force. Probably before whatever. She sort of waves the sword around in the air. Whatever happened here.
The sorry state of this home does not preclude to me anyone being alive still. But if you'd like to check, we'll check.
I fear, at least for Erm's Ferry, of course, is that whatever is in here gets out. I thought you said you wanted to make Erm's Ferry better, Alaric.
Really? Now is the time?
I mean, don't look at me.
I am looking at you. Couldn't you wait for a better moment to throw shit at my face?
I'm
Time
only
and place.
reminding you of your own conviction. Think
They're
of me
still
as-
there.
He raises a brow, though it's hidden under the helmet, but you can sort of feel the judgmental glare coming from underneath the cold helm. Are you sure? Sounds like you want to run.
Do not want to run. I said burn the house. Kill whatever evil lies in it.
She opens her mouth and sort of checks her own volume, peering over towards where Silveril was standing. Burn it. Are you sure that we'll get to it?
We don't even know what it is, Yuria.
No, we don't. Don't you want to find out before we make our report as constables?
The way I see it, the fire will either kill it or you'll smoke it out.
And what do we say to the constable and his men when 6 people, freshly given authority, decide to burn an old folks' home?
We explain to him this horrible shit we're witnessing, the markings on the ground, the weird spikes on the windows with odd markings etched into them. We explain to them their meaning, or what we think it means. We talk to him about the salt on the fucking door. That's what we say.
No. You saw the way they acted when they came to Shane's house. Apart from being a very small place, they were very thorough. If we were to merely destroy evidence here, they would not lean to trust us.
Right.
Agreed.
Well,
If we are to leave, we should keep the evidence intact so they may look at it themselves. But again, that risks whatever's in here getting out.
that's what I mean. This whole damn place feels haunted.
You didn't already get that feeling last night?
Not as bad as it is here.
That is what happens when you get close to the source.
So why not burn it?
I will not leave until we have checked it all.
Yeah, I know that. This is futile. Let's just go in deeper.
Silver looks to the other 2 or 3 very quiet people.
I agree. Can't consider it dead without a body.
Do you all hunt things like this regularly?
Some of us more than others. Before we
Celestia,
go,
preserve me.
well, it's good that you have religion.
I'm back. What I miss?
Just
Uh,
chatting.
Good.
Here,
Yeah,
Yuria drew her blade, and then we talked. Alaric was like, let's leave and burn everything. And then Yuria and Silver were like, the adventure.
Okay.
Thumbs it up.
Before we go any further, Kellen is going to investigate what looks like a fireplace, I'm assuming.
Certainly looks like one.
If I step on this, I'm going to die, but we'll find out, won't we?
What are you attempting to discern?
See if there's anything hidden up in there. A lot of times people hide shit in fireplaces. I don't know. It's a weird medieval thing.
Roll my investigation.
Here we go. That's just great. Okay.
No secret compartments or anything like that. You would see, though, that at least along the edges, there are more claw marks.
Like something went up this way.
Something came in this way.
Oh, like the groove of the claw marks indicates like an inward pattern.
Yes.
He's squatting down after he tried to peer up the chimney. He'll run his fingers over the stone that's all scratched up. Whatever they were trying to keep out, they didn't anticipate it coming through the chimney. This looks like its point of entry, yeah.
With the sigils beneath you, it's safe to assume that they did anticipate something coming through. Something went awry.
No, I just thought it was like a blind spot in their defense, because like who would think to ward off your fireplace? Because that's
That's what
what
the
you trying to
sigil's
do.
for.
You trying to do? Keep Santa Claus out?
Seems like they were. At
Yeah,
least
we're
with
gonna fight
this
Saint Nick.
specific abjuration spell.
It's Krampus.
Yeah, we know what it is now. It's old Saint Nick. We're trying to go beat that ass.
Let's hope so. What are the rest of you doing?
Yuria, seeing the warped fingernail, the clothes, the blood, something suspicion starts to brew in her brain. I've mentioned it before, but there's a sort of local boogeyman for those of Shademore. The reason why they love their silver so much. Skinwalkers and Wendigos and those things that wear the faces of people and then turn on their own loved ones. And as she sees the evidence, she quickly looks to the others. And you can hear the sort of worry, the strain of worry in her voice. Do not lose sight of each other. Stay close.
Silveril. Why don't you roll me a wisdom save?
One of those types of day, brother.
13.
I'm wisdomous.
Yes, you aren't. As you've broken off from the rest of the party, having rounded the corner, that whispering gets louder, more pronounced. And you feel your heart start to beat just a little bit faster. That's all.
Okay. Is this rice?
The only way to find out is to get closer, don't you think?
I don't know. Maybe I could discern from here.
Afraid you can't.
Oh, fuck. My life. She's like tracing her like side against the wall as she moves forward, flail in hand.
It's at this moment that the rest of you realize
Yep.
your fighter's missing.
As soon as Yuria finishes warning, she looks over to see Silveril and finds a blank spot. And
Like
there's
in
this.
anime when there's a line around
Yeah.
where they were. Bing, bing, bing.
There's this long sigh that
See,
escapes her
bulldogs.
nose. Alec, Marana, could you come and help me find Silveril?
Didn't we all go? You just said.
Yes, find everyone. I was hoping she wasn't gone very far. She talks as she sort of carefully, sword drawn,
You would
inches-
notice, Silveril, as you take another step, the whispering gets louder. As well, what appears to be a broken portion of the wall here. And what appears to be an opening right here.
Flail in hand. Gonna step here to see if these mimic the same shape as the ones in the other room. And size. Shape and size.
Roll me a investigation. What are the rest of you
Hoping
doing?
to discern if there are two that maybe are separate sizes, maybe?
Gotcha. They're the same size.
Okay.
I think it's time to start heading after Silveril.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yuria would close in. As she walks, you would see her reach into her pouch and pull out a very odd-looking silver ring. She holds it in her free hand, sort of pinching it between her fingers as she looks around the dining room. So steps forward, takes a look, peeks around the corner. The only place Silveril could have gone. She whispers harshly, "Dame, are you in there?"
The breathing gets louder.
I swear she's like a child.
She would peer around this corner.
Yuri steps in further.
Peer around the corner, Silveril.
I'm peering.
Move your token.
I don't want to move my token. I'm peering.
It's the only way to peer.
I'm peering.
If you want to see what lies beyond that doorway.
I'm peering.
Indeed, you are.
I've peered.
Peering around
Peering.
the corner, Silveril.
In a stealthy manner.
Oh, stealth. Let's see your stealth check at disadvantage.
What? Why?
Because the armor you're wearing.
That's not fair.
It is fair. Heavy armor incurs disadvantage on stealth checks, Silveril.
What?
Control
Mail. It's
stealth.
chainmail.
Yeah. You sound like somebody carrying around a bag of coins.
I am a bag of coins. Fuck.
Well, you are now.
Let's see your stealth roll. 16.
An empty bag of coins.
Indeed.
Accurate.
It's not fun.
The figure that you spot as you peer around the corner doesn't seem to acknowledge you. You would see that they're sort of curled in on themselves, their hands gripping the sides of their head. Ragged breathing, as well as disheveled clothing, smattered with blood. Just by looking at them, you can discern the age. It's a very old man.
Please don't be a child. Ooh, Silveril would back up very slowly. And she will look behind her, checking to make sure she doesn't step on anything as she walks, and see Yuria.
You see this dark looming figure of silver and black glaring at you with a transparent blade in one hand. Actually, DM, where are there any sources of light in this cabin?
No.
Is
Oh,
it
God.
pure dark?
Now that you are inside. Yes.
All right.
Your light source came from the inside or from the doorway. It is that sort of that, like there's the faint light that sort of lingers on the outside of the boarded windows. So there's like those streaks of light that peer in and sort of let and show the dust that hangs in the air, disturbed by the movement of the breathing of the party. So there's enough light for the party to see, but just dark enough to cast everybody in a perfect shadow.
In that case, since there are bits of light, in one hand is the transparent blade, hilt, and a barely visible, blade, and the other is a large silver ring, and she would be staring at you, and she hisses, "Silver."
Silver would stop her by holding up her hand. Very serious, brow line.
Figure immediately stiffens, and then you feel, instead, a connection, a link between minds. Your mind and hers.
Can I talk back?
You can talk back.
Oh, sorry, Zoro. Hi.
You beat the shit out of him.
Yeah! I kicked my feet and my chair's
Yes.
tall enough that my foot went into his face. Okay.
That's right. For some reason, at this moment, Yuria has shown this feels different. It is not the forced sort of foreign words that are shoved into your head like she normally does, like a child just throwing something out. This feels almost practiced, like something, like a sense sort of slowly opening up. And as she speaks, you can also feel the sensation that there is some entity in your head that is awaiting a reply at the same time. What did you find?
There is a man. Older, covered in blood. He seems to be quite distraught and is kneeling down. There is a whispering. The closer you get.
As you both are having this conversation, you would hear it. The subtle grind of wood. And the closing of a door.
Mr. DM, what direction did that closing door come from?
Why don't you roll me a perception check?
Is it directly behind us?
It might
Is it?
just be. Yes. Yes, it
Wow.
is.
Wow. That's crazy.
Who could have foreseen this?
Yuria looks to the rest of the party hanging in the hallway, and she raises her blade as she looks at them and points at it.
Marana, having already drawn her rapier, kind of gives her an affirming nod.
Good. Once she does that, she then makes the sign of silence as she puts her finger to where her lips would be under the helm. And then she turns back and focuses again on Silhouette. How large?
No larger than maybe Callan, not larger than Alaric. Seems just an old man.
No sight of an old woman.
Not that I could see, but there is more of the room. There is a lot of blood.
You see the slow nod. Is the door closed behind Silhouette, or is there even a door there at all?
There's no door.
Oh, it's open.
Yes. And you would notice now, as you're standing here, when the voice stops in your head, you can hear whispering. Faint, but audible nonetheless.
Does the whispering say anything, or is it just more of the I'm sorry?
It's unintelligible.
When I presume Detect Thoughts is done at this point. It's been longer than a minute. When she did have it up, was there any other sensations that she felt? Like surface level thoughts besides just I'm sorry?
Sorrow. Fear. And I'm sorry. Again and again like frantic, mad scrawlings on the wall.
Your lord here in her head. If it is the thing that I sensed, it is afraid. It is sorrowful. But I think it is well out of its mind at this point. All it says is, I'm sorry. Over
And
and
you
over
attempt
again.
to communicate with it.
A moment of pause. A very long pause. I can try. But I suspect it would be no different than if you tried to talk to it. I fear what it will try to do should we interact with the man. But if you wish, I can try.
I'm not going to simply leave him there. I could not.
And you would see like this strange ping of pain in her expression as she's looking at you. For some reason or another.
You understand that the best cure for him might be, and she holds up the blade.
I said I could not leave him there. That encompasses that option as well.
Very well. Then we'll prepare for the worst and hope for the best. She turns to the others. Jet jerks her head to enter, and she would break contact with Siluril, and you would feel a new contact would be reformed in Alaric's head. Let the others know there is a man within the room just behind Siluril. He is well out of his mind, and he is coated in blood, as is the room. Siluril wants me to communicate with him. She doesn't want him left alone. Make sure the others are prepared for a fight, though. Looking at this room, the claw marks, the nail, I don't think when we make contact with him, it will end in anything but a fight.
Acknowledging this, Alaric takes a very meaningful grip of his hammer just below its head, its neck, and turns a look just as meaningful to the tree behind him. And with his head, he very gently cants to the left, the wall beside him, gesturing towards the other room, essentially letting them know to be ready.
Okay, party.
Sorry, I'm just catching up on my notes here. Give me a sec.
Is there... I'm assuming with the front door closed, we're now in complete and total darkness and I can't see shit.
It's just like I said before. You should be able to see the map.
Oh, yeah, I can see the map.
Then yeah.
I've been able to see the map before and he told me I couldn't see anything, so...
No, you've seen 5 feet around you.
In that case, I'm going to back up a little bit. Just to here, so I can see kind of through both entranceways. And he'll ready his bow for the moment.
Looking into the rest of this room. Oh, yep, there's another pentagram. You see her give one brief scan over this kitchen area. All right. She will sort of hunch down, attempt to be sneaky as she quietly, or attempts to be quiet, step up behind Silveril.
Roll me a stealth check. Okay.
All right. As quiet as a mouse, she circles around Silveril, peering closely inside, hand on Silveril's shoulder as she leans forward.
You know what you have to do.
Indeed, I do. Indeed, I do.
But I don't want to DM. Can we just leave now?
Yeah.
Nice.
You would notice one thing. You all would notice, rather.
What? What would we know?
If you don't notice it now, then perhaps you weren't listening.
The breathing has stopped.
Oh,
Mm,
great. We love
excellent.
that.
Great. Sheet.
All right. Yuria breaks contact with Alric. And with bonus action, connects telepathically with this man. The gentle prod into his mind.
It is frantic. The voice that replies. Screaming words. Louder and louder the moment you connect. You would watch as their hands press to the side of their head. Like you've just broke a dam. And he screams.
Oh,
Roll me a wisdom save.
What? No.
You would feel pain rack through your head as you suffer 6 psychic damage. The voice now becoming accusatory. You killed her. Again and again and again, repeating, overlapping, screaming in your mind. You have exactly 6 seconds to tell me what you do before it's initiative.
I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter in response.
Let's see it.
Making the problem worse.
Why? Aw.
Incapacitate him without injuring him.
because you can't have slaughter without laughter? Question mark.
Not incorrect.
Little feels the hand tighten uh, on her shoulder as Yuria, bombarded by this, wavers, and you can hear the intake of breath and the groan as her mind is assailed. And then she retaliates. You see the gesture in her hand, and her eyes, hidden under the helm, spark with anger as she is assaulted. And she casts Tasha's hideous laughter on the creature to incapacitate it, to cease the screams.
There is one final before he's incapacitated, and with that, it's initiative.
No.
Oh my god, you're just mad. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, okay. Everyone except Ash is rolling pretty high today. That's pretty fun.
At the top of initiative, it is Kellen Aldane.
Crap, I can't see what's in there. Even if I move here. There's like a lot of screaming and carrying on from the other room.
Correct.
And we didn't see anything closing the door behind us, I'm assuming.
Not that you saw.
Well, I mean, I didn't get like a perception on that or anything. So.
Probably because it beat your passive perception. You also weren't looking. So, what are you doing?
Flush with a lot of good options here. I'm just going to cover the door in the other way if something comes around.
Okay.
Just ready in action. If something bad appears, I'll shoot at it. Other than that, I will wait.
Yuria.
With the man being prone, his screams turn to laughter. She hisses in Cylariel's ear. He blames us. Can I sense his, basically his desire to attack? I'm assuming he wants to attack.
It is sorrow and fear.
Yeah, she will first off break the connection between her mind and his. I think that's... Where is it? Telepathic speech. I think breaking the connection is a free action because I don't see it as a bonus action. It's a bonus action to set up.
Okay.
She's going to step back and away from the creature, keeping an eye on it right here.
You were standing behind a broken wall.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok, Yuria.
Indeed, indeed. In the lands of Shademore, it's killed or be killed, and as soon as a creature attacks, the habit is to retaliate. Survive first, ask questions later. Since this thing broke her, or tried to, she will retaliate with dissonant whispers.
That's it.
Oh. Da. Yuri's voice rings out cold, filled with arcane power. And like death, she echoes out, "Be silent." And that would roll and rumble within his mind, trying to overpower the "I'm sorry," the fear, the sorrow, filling his head with just the term silence.
It hits, but doesn't hold. And you feel that hideous laughter break. As the screams become persistent.
You having fun with that button?
It's on loop.
God damn it.
This is what you've done. What else are you doing on your turn?
Bonus action, set up a telepathic link with Siluril again. His madness is contagious. We need to put him down before he starts killing people.
Are you sure?
That's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Alaric.
Hey, the very same. Alaric is gonna try to cut the corner around here, kind of stumping by. That's 10 feet, 15. Oh my god. All right.
The source of the screaming.
Seeing this man screaming, freaking out, Alaric is gonna come up and he's gonna try to choke him out.
Okay. You understood.
Indeed, indeed.
Actually, I need Yuria. I need you to roll me a wisdom save at the end of your turn.
End of my turn?
Yes.
So right now.
Yes, you are afflicted with doomsaying. You are fine. Alaric, roll me your athletics.
Yeah.
Attempting to pin him down, the thrashing becomes so violent you are being knocked off of him. This unnatural strength that manages to push you away. The screaming becoming more desperate.
That is my turn.
I need a wisdom save.
That is not my turn.
You are fine. You are not afflicted by doomsaying. At the start of the madman's turn, he rises, screaming, frantic, his eyes bleeding. And as he does, he points at you, Alaric. You would hear the words muddled amongst the screams as you are accused. I need another wisdom save. As you are hit with an accusation.
Who, me?
You're her murderer. You did this. However, this screams, this manic air doesn't take hold. You can see his attention as he attempts to shove you back, attempting to push you away. You can see his attention turn, looking to the side. And he begins to run. You have an attack of opportunity.
I would like to attempt to grapple him.
Let's see it. Just barely. You manage to cling onto him as he tries to run, trying desperately to push you away, trying to get towards the hole that is here in the corner of the room. The wailing continues. Marana.
All right. Marana will start by moving forward. And a little bit around the corner. Still keeping eye contact with Ashilda. Wary of Uria's warning about keeping each other in eyesight. Confident, she moves back alongside the sorcerer and sees this situation and kind of exchanges a quick glance at Yuria.
See, at the moment, Yuria is focused with between the communication and the sort of mental warfare she's having with this guy. She hardly even seems to register that you're there.
But it looks like this man is attempting to run, correct?
He looks like he's trying to get out of Alaric's grasp. Alaric currently has a hold on him. Doesn't look like he's trying to run. It looks like he's trying to get free. And the manic screams definitely lend itself to that. What are you doing?
Yeah, for a moment she's just like, are we? And then changes out her her rapier for her bow. And will bonus action steady aim and try and go for...
You already moved.
Yeah. Well, hold on.
It's part of your... says you can't move to use steady aim.
Only if you haven't moved during this turn. Okay. Sorry. This is the first time I've actually been playing with steady aim, so...
It's all good.
Alright, still going to take out my bow and try to aim for a more debilitating shot as opposed to lethal.
We'll see about that.
So I understand, but I'm going to give it a shot. Alright, here we go. Nope.
An 8 misses. The arrow firing wide, sort of striking beyond into the nearby wall as the man screams once more.
And then 15, 5... then tuck back next to Silro. Again, keeping line of sight to Ashilda. That's it.
I need a wisdom save. You just barely succeed.
Ooh.
Silro.
Okay. I'm going to travel here. And here. Exclaim, holy shit.
That sounds like a pre-action.
That's a big fucking hole.
Indeed it is.
And with her flail at her, ready,
What are you doing, Silro?
she's going to cast Presty on the man and clean him.
Okay. It's your
Clean
action
him
move
of
again.
blood. She's going to try to reach out to him.
We have done nothing. We are here to help. Sent by the town. Please, talk to us. Look at yourself and see you are you. You're okay.
Why don't you roll me an insight check? The look in this old man's eyes is frantic. He doesn't see you as people. And as you speak, the eyes that look to you rattle in his skull. As now he tries to push away from Alaric and away from you. The screaming gets louder. That's your action. Are you doing anything else?
Currently nothing. If she can't get to him, she will continue to try to do her best to communicate with him.
At the end of your turn, roll me a wisdom save.
It's time to discover some neat mechanics.
What are you doing? Because if you don't tell me before I apply this debuff to you...
I'm gonna use my inspiration to hopefully rethink my surroundings and get my bearings.
You don't have an inspiration.
Yes, I did. I just unclicked it.
Very well.
I promise I did.
Very well.
I promise I did.
Let's see it.
Thank fuck.
Then you are not afflicted by the debuff I was about to hit you with. But that is your turn. Ashilde.
Alright, with what I am doing, I'm gonna move up. Well, over and up. I still don't have a real beat.
If you are moving through the walls, that is difficult terrain.
Not moving through the walls, I'm moving down the hall.
That's what you're moving through.
Ah, so I would go back a little bit. Be 15. Well, I've got 3 of them in line, so I'm going to cast Bless.
Let's see it.
Where did it go? I had it. There.
And who are the 3 you're selecting?
The only 3 I can see right now, Yuria, Morana, and Kellen.
Understood.
Let me roll the d4. They get a 4.
You remember, you roll it when they do their attacks and stuff.
I thought we rolled it ahead of time and then it was just established.
No.
Like the bardic inspiration.
The bards roll when they use the die.
Understood, then I will just roll it then. And I will hold, and I'm finishing my action. I moved and cast.
Understood. You're staying there?
Yes.
At the start of Kellen's turn, the screaming, as frantic as it is, his save DC goes up by 1. Kellen, what are you doing?
Still no threat over here.
Nothing appears to be coming through the door. Safe to assume you were locked in here for a reason.
Okay, well, I guess the screaming and all of the annoyance and everything like that, and everyone kind of moving in this way. I'm going to move here. It's 30 feet. I guess I see nothing from here. Well, I can kind of see something. Kind of see that guy.
Kind of see something. He would have cover.
And he's being grappled by Alaric currently.
Correct. Looks like he's trying to get away from Alaric.
Well, awesome. Well, I'll just... guess I'll remain here and ready yet another action.
What is your readied action?
If he gets away, I will try to fucking beat the brakes off him. If something appears behind a shield, then I will shoot it in the face.
1 trigger. Either you're watching him or you're watching behind a shield.
I will watch behind a shield.
Gotcha. Give me a wisdom save at the end of your turn. You are not afflicted. Yuria.
Yuria watching the others, Alaric grapple him, attempting to keep him in place. And then she scowls when she sees Silril trying to comfort, trying to persuade this man who, in Yuria's eyes, is clearly lost and too mad to be useful. And she scowls and sneers, "For fuck's sake, snuff his howling screamer." And she will, bonus action, cast Hexblade's Curse on him. And then she will step up to flank him, slipping right behind Alaric.
You are walking through a broken wall, so be mindful of that. That will be difficult terrain, so it will cost 10 feet of movement instead of 5.
Okay. You're referring to just this gap here, basically?
I'm referring to the wall in front of you.
Oh, I see. Goddamn pieces of sticks.
All right. So that's 10, 15, 25, 30. So that should work. That's normally 25. Because that's 25 feet.
There you go. That'd be 30, yep.
Right. Yeah, okay. And then she will take her goggle at and try to slide it across his throat, ending his life.
That's it.
Damn.
Yes, Solero?
Oddly enough, I can't falter for it.
You are flanking, which gives it a +2. Does your Hexblade's Curse give you any bonuses to hit?
Bless us.
Oh, that is true.
You
Bless
blessed.
does.
Go ahead and roll your Bless, Ashilde. Yes, Solero?
Celero's going to cast Protective Field on the man.
Also, Alaric kind of has his arms around his neck while he's grabbed, like he's trying to choke him. So I'm not sure his throat is accessible either.
You know, just put it in his heart. That'll do it.
More feasible.
You would hit with your bonuses. Solero, can you post defensive barrier for me? You're trying to protect the madman?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You would hit, and you reduce the damage by 6.
Okay. So, let me see. Does this include 1d8 slashing plus 5? So 8. So that'd be 2 damage plus. So I think it'd be 4 damage because Hexblade gives you proficiency bonus to your damage.
4 damage.
So yeah, she would go to slice his throat, find Alric's hand there, shift her thing, and then just before the blade sort of slices into, like in between his ribs, it hits flesh, but then is sort of deflected last minute. And you hear her scowl and hiss. He's too dangerous to be left alive. Do you not feel his madness?
Then knock him out. You are not his executioner. Until we have devised he is not useful to us and our future investigations.
That's it.
That is it. Bonus action. I'm done.
Roll me a wisdom save. You are not afflicted. Alaric.
Alright, so Alaric is in too much of a scramble to be aware of any conversation around him. But it's very obvious that he's trying to put him out in the most non-lethal way possible. He's struggling, trashing with him, trying to get his arm under his chin as he's, trying not to get choked by Alaric. And he will now attempt to set in the chokehold, snuffle his screaming.
Okay, this will be another contested athletics.
That's right.
He's going to use Portent of Doom. You get his 5.
I get his 5.
And he gets your 24.
Oh. Okay.
You would see this turn, this twisted expression. It goes from being sorrowful to rage. As the hands turn, it's no longer you're gripping his throat. His hands are wrapped around yours. And he is trying to choke you out.
I believe that is the end of my turn. Damn.
Roll me a wisdom save. You are not afflicted. As he's bearing down on you, Alaric, grabbing to your throat, applying pressure, trying to just digging his nails into your skin. He once more accuses you of her death. I need a wisdom saving throw. Get back here. Where do you think you're going? You suffer 2 psychic damage and have disadvantage on your attack rolls until the end of the madman's turn.
Until the end of his turn?
His next turn.
Okay.
Ron Lamordia.
Yep. Should kind of back up and see that now this man is attempting to choke Alaric. And that is clearly not acceptable.
And all you would hear, aside from the wailing and the crying, is, "You did this. You did this."
In which case, that is no longer acceptable. Short bow.
That's it. 18 hits. That arrow sinking into his side, causing him to scream. And as he becomes mortal, the scream becomes so loud it envelops the entire house.
And Marana will sink back and hide.
Anything else?
Nope, just hiding.
I need everybody to roll me a wisdom save. Half damage to everybody but Alaric. Alaric, you would suffer 10 psychic damage. Everybody else will suffer half. As the screams become so loud, so fearful, it's causing your ears to ring, if not bleed. Alaric, because you are grappled, you cannot use your reaction to run away. Ashilde, I also need a concentration check, please.
Okay. That is a straight up constitution check.
Correct.
Constitution save, yeah.
Nah.
Your concentration on bless is broken as a scream rings out. Siluro, it's your turn.
Anger flushing her face. She's going to reach forth with the back end of the flail, the handle, and attempt to knock him unconscious with a non-lethal hit.
Let's see. That would do it. The final strike against the back of their head, their screams become faint, low, as they collapse, releasing their grip on Alaric's throat.
She would catch him and kneel down, holding him, checking him over for, like, bleeding wounds, the status of his blood, that kind of thing.
Oh, he's bleeding. He has a cut wound and an arrow embedded into his body. And with that, combat is over.
Yuria, as soon as the howling sort of stops and the assault, that sort of wrestling with his mind and her own, ceases, you can see her almost like collapse, her hands on her knees as she begins to breathe. Collecting herself, she hobbles over to Alric, checking him. See if he is conscious after the thrashing. She would lean over. Is he on the floor, actually? Or was he just getting, like, choked out? Standing.
He was getting choked out standing.
Okay.
Yep.
She would, trying to lean up, like, check his eyes, see if he's, like, actually there, or if he's, out of it, despite standing. Are you in there?
Is he?
Yeah?
Sort of shaking off the feeling, the frighten. Alaric slowly opens his eyes fully from that bleary, shaken look. I am all right. Is he all right?
Her head swivels to look down at the unconscious man. He was not slain, it looks like. Though I would say he is far from all right.
Alaric will step in and look him over.
Silril would tell him, of his different wounds.
Are you tempted to do anything with the knowledge? Alaric?
No.
Then it would be the wounds that you knew were inflicted. The cut and the arrow.
I thought I had him, but he slipped out of my grip unnaturally.
Morana kind of steps around the corner, hearing no more screaming.
Is everyone? Oh, thank the gods.
Silril's going to attempt to, like, stabilize his wounds.
Roll me a medicine check.
She's going to use bandages.
I see what you're saying. Bandages won't help in this situation. Wounds or bleeding are dots that you suffer from certain attacks or status effects.
But does he not have those?
No. He's not bleeding. Like, he's not suffering the bleeding debuff, is what I'm saying. This is the bleeding debuff.
Oh, okay. How do I get those back? Because now they're gone from my sheet.
They do destroy on use. So give me a moment. I'll have to give you one. There you go. Go ahead and roll me a medicine check. Close. As you attempt to sort of discern the wounds, what's lethal, what's not, there's this sort of unease or rather lack of courage when wanting to pull out the arrow. You're not certain if pulling it out now may cause him more damage or leaving it in may cause more damage. There's an uncertainty there.
What about his cuts and stuff?
There's the cut from Galgalad. But otherwise, with your medicine check, you would see that there are like scratches or scars on his body.
Does his blood seem normal?
Does his blood seem normal?
Mm-hmm.
What would Sillerode classify as unnatural blood?
Viscous, not bleeding. Anything that could resemble, like... She's just checking to see if it's unnatural in any way.
It appears to be natural.
Alright.
You would notice that there are a lot of self-inflicted wounds. Scratches along the sides of his face, over his eyes, his mouth, his throat. A buildup of blood and sort of grime under the fingernails. Missing quite a few fingernails as well, but they don't match the ones that you found. Instead, these appear to be having just clawed at the ground or clawed at his own body enough that they fell off.
Yuria would unclutch your hand to reveal the silver signet ring with our house's sigil upon it, the centerpiece being this encrusted ruby. She would lean down and touch the silver against his skin, waiting to see if there was a reaction.
Pressing the ring to him. Nothing happens.
She gives it a moment, waits, and then releases. Curious. When she rises, that is when she, looking over Silveril, notices the bottomless pit just behind them. And she stiffens. Is that what he was running towards?
Party.
Hello.
Rana just kind of steps up, looking around at everyone, looking concerned at Alaric.
Are you all right? I'm sorry. I just saw that he turned and was hurting you. So I...
You did nothing wrong.
Morana seems to sigh, at least a little bit relieved at that.
Silverill's expression is dark and otherwise placid as she rolls her shoulders, holding the man and checking over him more.
I imagine this is Henry, huh?
More than likely, based on the screams.
Is it Henry that we're missing, Anna? I suppose it's a
Indeed.
good thing we didn't burn down the damn house. My apologies. Alaric will look around the corner.
Yay!
What do you see there, Alaric?
I see the forever darkness of the universe expanding out a little corner in the back. And I imagine that hounds of Tyndalos will be pouring out of it any time now.
Why don't you roll me a perception check, Alaric?
Oh. So I didn't see enough.
The way that you're making these statements, DM, is making me mighty nervous.
Alaric Cravain. Approaching the opening, you would notice a number of things. An astute eye such as yours would catch on to them pretty quickly. The most apparent is the trail that leads to the hole, not from it. Dragged unceremoniously, having kicked up debris and sort of disturbed the dust and ash that lingers on the floor. You would notice the claw marks, having carved away at the wood and the dirt and the rock. And you would notice that not only are there claw marks, this is also an entrance. The claw marks may have also originated from here. And you would see beyond a vast darkness, going on forever. And as you peer into it, your eyes play tricks on you, as they do when you stare into the nothing of the night sky. That swirl and movement. Your mind trying to make out shapes that it can't hope to see. What are the rest of you doing?
Do we have a way to make him stay asleep without killing him?
Suppose we could gag him and just keep hitting him over the head if he keeps being a problem.
I mean, Alaric has those manacles.
Even when his name is mentioned, Alaric doesn't react, sort of charmed by this unfathomable vastness in front of him. And he sets Verdict down with exaggerated care against the wall, freeing both of his hands. There's a hole here. You all should come look at it.
What are you seeing down there?
Nothing. It's very dark. Even its backdrop is dark. I cannot even see what's sightable in the dark. Strange. Unnatural, even.
Touching Alec's forearm, Yuria stands next to him and takes a peer down the hole.
And even you, Yuria, even your ability to perceive better than most in the dark, it is nothing.
Perhaps that is the most disturbing thing she could have seen, and when she sees that vast darkness going on, well beyond even her vision, her hand around Alaric's arm tightens, and you can feel her almost wanting him to pull back, herself taking a step back from the hole, this endless abyss.
It is an instinct almost, that feeling, that pressure in his arm, that guides him to take a step back with her as well, treating the hole as though it were a precipice, one he doesn't want to fall in. And by how he holds out his palm to cover a portion of Juria, he doesn't want her falling into it either. Whatever that is, let's stay clear of it. What was it you said? About manacles?
For the guy?
It's in this moment where all of you are talking. You would hear the echo, like a rock being thrown. It skitters across the surface, somewhere you can't see, originating from that hole that leads to nothing.
Is Henry in the arms of Siluriel? Is he
Yeah.
being held, so to speak? Then I won't have to walk around. Alaric will handcuff him.
Easy enough. The limp body, you're able to clasp the manacles around both of his wrists. You would
You'll make
see.
sure. Oh, go ahead.
You would see as well. It's strange. This figure shouldn't have had the strength that he does. Looking at him now, he's 70 something. He's an old human. His skin is sagging, sort of hanging off the bone. There's no real muscle beneath this. And yet, you could feel the pressure on your throat. An unnatural strength. A desperate strength.
Even though the memory of his strength is fresh, seeing his sallow, sorry state tugs at Alaric's heartstrings. He goes easy on the cuffs. They're very loose. And while originally he intended to wrap his arms around his back and keep them behind his waistline, he just leaves his hands hanging in front of him.
It won't be enough.
What won't be?
Whatever you're doing to him.
Look at him, he's an old man.
That old man nearly choked you. That old man has madness so foul it runs beyond words. His screams alone were enough to injure, to cause the bleeding, to fill the house with terror. That's not an old man. That is an empty shell filled with horror.
See Alaric working his jaw as Yuria speaks, and an anger, but one more of futility rising in his expression. Veins forming across his forehead. He's an old man, Yuria. Whatever is inside of him, whatever it is, will flush him out. And Henry will be back again whole.
You flush him out of the horrors within, there will be nothing. Everything
You know
else.
that.
I felt his mind, Alaric. I watched him reverse your grapple, despite his age, despite the weak, limp wrists of his arms. Look at the bruising on your own neck and tell me that he is but an old man. Remember the screams. You think those manacles are going to do anything?
Furrow of his brows sort of softens, and he swallows audibly. If it's not enough, then you'll be my responsibility. Whatever happens, I'll stand by it.
I just hope the price isn't too high.
I don't mean to alarm anyone, but wasn't there 2 people here? I only see 1.
Correct. We're not done here. Stay on alert.
And something
Especially...
slammed the door behind us, the front door. I couldn't see anything.
What is this old man wearing, by the way?
It appears to be he's in very little. He has what appears to be a very torn work shirt and his underwear.
Okay.
God, we're in a Hunter S. Thompson film.
What?
Don't worry about it, Zoomer.
Literally not even a zoomer, but okay. All right, old man.
I love it when millennials tell each other that they're either boomers or zoomers. It's great.
Why don't you guys
It's
roll
like
me an
the best
investigation
discourse.
check?
Yes, sir.
It's the best discourse to have, honestly. It's like the only way to make anything substantial.
We're missing 3 checks. 2 checks.
The check is in the mail.
Sorry, I had to feed the cat. He was being annoying.
Ashilde. Ashilde. Rise and shine, wizard.
I think your mic is fucked because I see your flashing Discord light, but I hear nothing.
Yeah, it was. Thank you.
Investigation, please.
Also, you say wizard and I have a knee-jerk reaction.
You're a rogue in this game.
I know, I have to remember that.
Okay. It would be Yuria and Ashilda that are able to point out some of the finer details. The rest of you would note what is in this chamber as well as beyond. You would find that there are 2 more of those abjuration seals here, one beneath the bed and another in the kitchen before the large window. You would notice as well the refuse, the trash that has been piled into these corners, pushed there, as if trying to keep the walls up from crumbling. Yuria, you would see it. Tucked just under the mattress. What appears to be a journal of some sort.
Oh, wow, damn. Are you really going to give me more material to read out loud?
Maybe.
Where's my stress system? I want it back.
You have it, don't worry.
Guessing it's because they were magical folks that Yuria and Ashilda saw it.
Oh, I didn't even see. I thought your 22 was a 12. My bad. It would have been Marana that saw it. Fuck you, Yuria.
Oh, fuck!
You dumbass bitch. It'd have been Marana.
I should have just grabbed it. I had a chance. I didn't realize this was a quick time event.
As you go to reach down, it's plucked out of your grasp.
Damn you and your movement speed. Like lightning. I kill her.
Yeah, I put Alaric's 12 on his and your own. For some reason.
Because I'm awesome. Smile.
So yes, Marana would find the book. Do you pick it up?
Yeah, thinking it's a journal. I think I found something.
Picking it up, pulling it from underneath the mattress, you would find a blood-soaked journal. Its pages are soaked through with dried blood that causes most of the ink to become unreadable. It appears to be the personal journal of a man named Henry, with numerous dates and entries that go back several decades. The most recent entries, however, show growing paranoia. That's where we're going to take a 30-minute break.
Oh, goodness.
Let's meet back at 45.
Man,
Goodness me.
I just love these relaxing, time sinks that we call D&D. It's just we just do a little D&D here, guys.
It's like, wait a minute, is it Sunday? Because I'm getting real big Sunday vibes.
Guys, I think I wound up in the wrong genre. Let's just close this door and move on.
Ooh. Hey, guess what? Every adventure needs a horror part.
This is just the party opens the door and they look at each other, this horrible cabin within, and we're like, ooh, this is the
Ooh,
horror
wrong
segment,
genre.
guys. Maybe we abandon this one.
Abandoned quest.
It's
This is
been
the horror.
lovey-dovey, some quirky shit going on. Now we
Going
get to
back.
the horror aspect.
We're going back.
I'll be
God,
right back.
Aram's Ferry does suck ass. Holy shit.
Yeah, it really does.
I agree with Alric. Let's burn it. In fact, let's not stop burning. We show up at the the cluster of houses just north of here with torches. It's for your own good.
Go back to the Cosmo, like, yeah, we saw some really fucked up shit there, so we burned it down.
Shane,
Why are
we
you
left
still
it.
holding torches?
We touched Shane's shoulder. That town burning behind us. We did leave it better off. I assure you.
We left it better than we found it.
Alaric was not lying. We're the good guys. Let's go back to Eliant's and get a beer.
I think beer at Elion sounds great.
Ah, my goodness. So
Damn.
spooky.
Damn you, old man.
Old man yells at Cloud.
I'm waiting for the wife to show up and have like a Karen cut and be covered in blood. The Karen Bob. True fear.
You're not leaving this house until I get my refund.
Ma'am, we're the exorcists. And you're a demon.
We came here for we're termite exterminators.
You're not leaving the house. I saw a roach. It's your fault.
I saw a roach outside across the street.
You said they'd all die.
I didn't say that.
All of them.
Damn, Zora. Look at that dude.
I used to think that, and then I moved to the south, and then I realized, fuck.
It's all bugs, baby.
Ugh.
Although it was surprisingly cool today, in that it was only 83 degrees.
Yeah. A toasty 85.
Ooh,
Delightful.
that's damn near chilly.
Absolutely.
Like, ooh, throw on a sweater.
Dang it, man. We're doing this damn horror segment and some asshole just banged on my door. I'm like, oh,
And then you end up 15 feet in the air.
it's time to go. My time comes, gentlemen.
It's been an honor.
Ellie.
I'd commit murder to get 85-degree temperatures. Yeah, no, this is rare. You will not be remembered, lol.
A new kind of horror has entered the building. A horror known as saturated fats, and I'm about to go eat it. I'll be back.
Oh shit.
Mmm.
Tasty.
I'm back. Whoa!
Hello.
Zoro
Did you
Crusader.
fall?
10 gifted subs to the community. Jesus! Thank you very much. At the party, were you guys tempted to push the old man to the hole?
I wasn't. What the fuck? Although I do have characters that would be. Absolutely. On Sunday, Oberon like, hey, want to see a neat trick?
Pushes the old man.
I cast teleport to the bottom of this hole.
Alaric leaning over the hole, she'll just runs, jump, like barrel kicks him. Who's mouthing now?
You son of a bitch.
Oh, want to see me do it again?
Oh, there's another question.
What are we thinking? What are we thinking, party? Is the horrible monstrosity in the hole the wife, or has she been taken by it?
Well,
I
if
feel like
she's...
all of the above is a thing.
I mean, yes, all of the above could be a thing. However, witches do also have a horrible habit of becoming hag-like creatures, so there's that. Yeah, why not both?
Downloaded asset, Barris. Apologies, I'm currently shoveling chips into my mouth.
Oh, chips. Like nachos or just chips?
Just tortilla chips. Because he's a degenerate.
Oh. Shh.
How's everyone doing?
Well, you know.
I just inhaled a quesadilla.
Fool.
Oh, hello, cat. This is the Horrors Beyond Our Comprehension arc. Yay!
Yay.
We're gonna go back to Elion's tier looking 10 years older.
Meanwhile, Sabine. Oh, this is great.
I hope my friends are having a wonderful time doing cool heroic shit. Yeah, jump cut to just us screaming.
Surely they're all stubborn enough to have lived this long. Wait, they're all dead? Well, all right then.
Oh no, we'll be stubborn enough to live this long. It's just, we're gonna be very different. Very different by the time you get back. Yeah, we love some deep-rooted emotional trauma. There you go.
Yeah, Sabine took the deep-rooted emotional trauma and PTSD and said, I'm a pass, thank you.
It's like, ooh, call to adventure, boning faking.
And possibly her deity.
Denied the call to adventure so hard it had to choose a different protagonist.
Kellen, you here?
Mm-hmm.
You were just upstairs a second ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that kid outside?
No, I didn't look outside.
Just out by the sidewalk. Weird.
Do you want me to go out with the 12 gauge and scare the shit out of him, or what?
No.
Huh?
No, it was just
What?
standing there. It was pretty strange.
There will be
Oh,
no D&D next Friday as Kellen has been arrested for pulling a firearm on a child.
listen, I'm just here to do the Lord's work. I don't.
That was like an Amos moment, by the way.
That was what I was going for. Thank you.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Oh, did I miss it?
Ed, if kids aren't real, I'm in a special kind of psychosis then, buddy.
Psychosis. I don't know. That sounds like heaven, man. Talking about.
No. The fact that she seems to have two that are floating around.
Well, I believe down south we call that a pinata.
Chips have been consumed.
Did you seriously though just raw dog a bunch of tortilla chips?
I shoveled
You
them
sure
into my
did.
mouth.
You sure did raw dog tortilla chips like an absolute savage.
Caleb,
What?
do you
What?
want some grapes?
So what?
Well, if you bring them down here, I'll eat some grapes. Hell yeah.
Yeah, brother. I just
Nah.
split them from the vine, so.
I won't say no to grapes. Grapes are dope.
I said Caleb, but I'll bring both. I'll bring
Well-
for both.
Oh, you said Kellen again. I was like,
I'm sorry, yeah, I know. It's alright.
You say
You
there
don't have to-
was iron partially covering the windows, and are Fae weak to iron in D&D? Who knows? Oh, excuse me.
I'm gonna regret that quesadilla later, but it was so good.
You'll regret it now. Roll a con save.
Hey, Mazel
At
tov.
disadvantage.
Oh!
The lactose intolerance gets you.
Oh, sweet. Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Hello, new chatter. Me known? Not sure how I say your name, but welcome. Hello. So what'd you guys think?
I think I missed a prime opportunity to vault kick Alaric into a hole of nothing.
Into a bottomless pit? Like, that is a hole.
Indeed.
And the urge to cast light on something and throw it in there just to see what happens is growing.
That's actually a good idea.
Oh wait, I didn't take light this time around. Not my problem.
Ah! Then you get to go down the hole.
No,
when you're a dwarf, so it works out.
no.
Everybody above 4'10" is absolved of this duty. Goodbye.
Now that
I'm
Kellen
back.
and the DM have
Ooh.
grapes, I'm gonna want a review on the grapes, because there were other
Grapes?
types of grapes.
Yeah?
Yeah, so these are going beta tasting, essentially.
These are my favorite type of grapes.
Good.
What
about
kind
you,
of grape?
Kellen?
Men's grapes.
I like these pretty well. I also am partial to the green ones. Both are good.
By the way, you guys could have grabbed from the bag at any time. Just to be clear, that's why I left them like out there in the open, so you could snack on them. Only reason I left them in the fridge is because I like them cold. I prefer them way more if they're cold.
They should always be in the fridge.
Always.
I mean,
It's just-
it's a raw fruit. It probably should always be in the fridge. Yeah.
Sometimes there's kind of like left out for people to eat during like an afternoon or something like that.
Ah.
Me, I never take them out of the fridge.
A bag of grapes never lasts long in my house. Between Atomic and the kids, it just gets destroyed instantaneously.
Same with the strawberry. Slam a strawberry.
Glad there was no burger upstairs. The burger is still coming, so I have returned.
Oh no.
Indeed. Very
They
sad.
lied to you.
back.
Thank you.
Atomic
Wow.
came in from his night of Magic the Gathering and sat Taco Bell down in front of my face.
Don't bother me. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm. I have cards to collect. I hope you didn't care for your financials, because I have cards.
No, it was, I had a good night. Here's some food. I'm going to bed.
Losers kissed on the mouth.
And I'm a loser then.
Nice.
Wish I was a loser. Holy shit.
Ref, I forfeit.
Come here, baby.
Wow, soccer is way different than I thought it was.
No, that sounds about right for soccer.
Fair.
I'm injured. Come closer.
Can confirm.
Oh,
Ooh,
my shin.
ref, he kicked me in the leg and gave me a boo-boo. Kiss it, please.
Mm-hmm.
Very well, the ref says. I shall take this burden unto me and me alone.
Ref, you don't have to ref applying lip gloss. Don't tell me how to do my job.
Oh, I'm sorry. Another coat of lipstick. Do you work
Throws
here?
a flag.
You know what? Foul. Get off my field.
You're benched. You've been a naughty boy. Hold on, that dog is acting dumb.
Ref pulls a red card, but it's actually just a heart. Hands it to player.
You and me, bud. Just
After the game, hey, you wanna go grab dinner?
wanna.
You know,
Also,
we could do it now. This
know
player's
what? Fuck the
benched. He's going to dinner with me.
Scooping the foreplay like a man.
All right.
Wow.
Wow.
I
Mr.
see. For the better, I hope.
Absolutely. I sense no character repercussions or strains coming from this particular interaction that we just witnessed.
What? No.
None.
None whatsoever.
Could anything possibly go wrong with what we're doing now? Just ridiculous.
Hit in the hole.
Mm-hmm.
Why would there be any repercussions? So what if 3 of you tried to kill the guy that Silura was trying to save?
Hey, Alaric was trying to say.
Why'd she save the guy that we were all trying to kill? God! I'm saving you, he says with his hands around his throat. I'm saving you.
Yeah, he was trying to put him out in like
Choking the fuck out.
the least harmful way possible.
It doesn't feel like you're saving me. I am.
You are being rescued. Do not resist.
Old
Hands
man, do you
tighten.
Democracy
Old man,
is
be like,
not
hey,
optional.
you're not choking me right. You got to do it like this. And he turns around.
Let me show you.
Let me show you.
Kinda weird, huh?
You don't apply pressure to the trachea. You do it to the carotid arteries on the side, like this.
Here and here.
I turned my chair around because I was hearing ripping. And my cat is just shredding stuff.
You notice how I was screaming so much? That means you're not doing it right.
Try again.
I see.
Just correcting your form.
That's right.
Indeed.
Elderly giving wisdom to the youth. I'm sorry. Mommy, I'm sorry.
Oh, I suddenly hate it here.
Mommy? That's why Yuria took damage.
I see.
That's right.
Very well.
MILF-induced madman.
Oh. Oh.
Just
Big mommy knuckles. Big mommy knuckles. Big mommy knuckles.
That's all you hear.
My my god, why are there so many jars down?
Some horrific living green text like 4chan made manifest.
No, out.
That's why he's half naked. Why is this guy's underwear crusty?
Where are my tendies? He says as he screams.
You're not best, girl.
You're not my wife.
I find a journal and a body pillow.
God.
What do you think that mattress is under the bed?
I just wanna-
I think his journal is under there. It's actually a list of all his favorite waifus.
Its pages are crusty. Blech.
Yeah, like literally, like you open it and it's only like the top of the book, the cover of the book that comes open.
That's
Everything else is just a solid brick.
My favorite is when
They soaked us in Elmer's glue? Not exactly. Ugh!
my favorite is when people who are otherwise facing like anxious or very like stressful situations try to crack a joke, like what you're all doing right now.
What?
What's the matter?
I crack jokes all the time.
I know. That's what I'm
You know
saying.
you have anxiety.
I mask my trauma with humor.
Why am I getting called out like this? I thought this was an entertainment stream. I thought we were here to have fun and be entertaining. Is this some sort of... Am I in some sort of, like...
This is actually an intervention. We just kind of
Is
wanted to
this-
start it off.
For all of you,
Wow,
have anxiety.
in public? Wow, that's crazy.
I mean,
Wow, guys, thank you, DM and the 87 other people watching, for this intervention in public.
They're here to
I love
help.
it. Clip it! I don't have anxiety. I have a hole. Look,
It's right there.
it's right there. I fell in the hole. It's literally the whole skit. Honey, where's the rug? Fell in the hole.
There's a hole no more than 2 feet away from my desk. I sure hope I don't fall into it.
Whoa. I was waiting for like the little nightmares thing where like the extended hands just come out and grab Alric out of the hole. Yep. And then I was like, uh-oh, it's a hole. Where's Patches?
Right over there. It's just a whole bundle of treasure. Go on.
Bust.
It's yours. We're friends.
That's who they were
after
trying
all.
to That's who they were trying to keep out. Fucking old man leaps out of Silverill's fucking arms, takes off the wig, it's Patches, he fucking kicks Alric down the hole. Gotcha!
Are you a cleric?
Mm-hmm. Forgive me.
I didn't mean nothing by it. Honest. And look, you're good. Water under the bridge.
Can't believe Silveril hit the forgive button.
In the middle of combat.
In the middle of
Forgive!
combat.
I was gonna have him start clawing Alaric's eyeballs out.
Can't wait. I hope Alric likes Daredevil because he's about to be. He's about to start cosplaying when this guy wakes up and he's like, "Man,
Unfinished
it's hard to
business.
see." My wife.
like, all right, Alec, you're gonna need to change your fighting style to blind fighting.
That's right. We'll just guide you towards the enemies, and when you get close enough, then you can start hitting them.
What the hell is going on?
I have
Can
1
we
HP
start?
in a dream.
What? What?
You animal people.
What?
What's the matter? What's up?
You.
What's
You're
the matter?
the matter.
Why would you crank that so?
Stop that. Take that back. Is everybody here?
See.
I am present. I am present and accounted for.
Still
well, I
O'Reilly?
guess. Has it been 30 minutes yet?
It has.
Are
It
you
has.
sure?
Correct.
Probably dogs.
So, oh, real?
Silurios?
I don't know what's happening.
So, what are the chances that if I jump down this hole, I end up in like essentially GTFO, where I have a hammer and I'm surrounded by sleepers?
That's immediately the moment you guys jump down there, the stream changes, and it's I take 4 of you to play GTFO.
Nice,
Oh, God.
nice.
Random 4 of us just go.
We all have
like,
to role play as our characters in GTFO. It's what my character would do as I run screaming through the sleepers.
Still a rail.
I'm fear role playing.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah? Ever just want to freak out? Ever just want to lose your shit?
Let me hear you scream.
They're gone.
Oh my god.
They're really gone. I guess you might have to, like, go upstairs or something. Yikes.
It's like
What you eating?
keep making the breaks longer and longer, and they just keep taking longer and longer to get back. Who'd have thought?
I am now going to scroll through Twitter.
Yeah?
Would you subject yourself to that?
Yeah.
I actually hate this soda that I'm drinking. It's absolutely noxious.
What is it?
It's some sparkling water stuff, bubbly.
LaCroix?
You got
It's
the
base-
you got the shitty seltzer. You don't want to get
Yeah.
bubbly. That's disgusting. Don't do that.
Mm.
You either
My folks
You had-
had some left over, and they were just like, "Here, get this out of our fridge." And I'm like, "Fine." And I took it, and I'm like, "Wow, this looks like it was shown the concept of a strawberry."
you want Polar or LaCroix if you can't find Polar.
I don't normally drink flavored sparkling seltzers and shit like that, so
I do because I don't want to drink soda because soda is death.
no, I just suck it up and drink Diet Coke and bleed acid in my veins.
Yeah, I mean,
Welcome back.
Self-awareness.
Hello.
Just go full alien queen. Scrape my knee, the sidewalk begins to sizzle, bake.
Hey. That's me.
Silo real.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Is everybody back?
Yes.
I need to take 10 minutes.
You son of a bitch.
I'm joking.
Alright, we put a shoulder down the hole.
Kellen, Alec?
I've been here.
I'm here, puppy.
Perfect. Having found the journal, Marana, what are you doing?
Well, Marana did bring that to the attention of the others. I found a book under here. I think it might be a journal of some kind.
Wow.
It's completely soaked through, however.
Completely.
She holds it up and kind of shows him like the cover and then turns it to the side to show the essentially the pages of the book.
And Shilda kind of toddles over. Side-eyeing the man as she comes across. Would a combination of prestidigitation and mending fix the book at all to where it's legible?
No.
Shit.
Mending would clear the blood and also destroy whatever ink was there.
You cleaned the book of all text.
Not all
Now
text,
usable.
but there's the ink that's smeared is no longer legible. It's no longer words. It's mixed with the blood. So if you're cleaning it, you're cleaning that. It's doable, but mending won't bring back the words.
Boo.
Might be hard, but maybe there's something in here that can tell us what happened.
And she kind of hands over the book to Ashilda.
Ah, thank you. A bloody book. It's what I've always wanted. I really appreciate this as a token of our friendship beginning.
She looks kind of perplexed, like,
I can take it back.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Missy.
Oh.
She leafs through the bloody pages.
Peeling it open, you would watch as numerous pages sort of stick together. Having to sort of pull them apart or thumb through to try and find pages that are legible, you would only find that there's some scattered portions throughout. And it's, again, this is a journal that's been dating back several decades. Most of the entries are small, usually no longer than maybe a paragraph, just denoting usual things that Henry did throughout the day or things that he needed to do to remind himself. So you would see much earlier on what appears to be like a small grocery list for Anne. But as you get further in, you would see that the writings become shorter but more precise. You would see numerous entries during God's Night, the last month. And you would see that the entries sort of start talking about the personalities of the people that he's been around. Henry often frequented the docks and talked to a lot of the dock workers, but within at least the start of God's Night, the dock workers started to become more calloused, more cold-shouldered. Many people that he had rapport with were just outright ignoring him. And then he saw her. And at first, it's just that, having mentioned seeing a strange girl. But then the writings become a little bit more pointed about her. A little girl, maybe no older than 8 or 9, with blonde hair. She's always by herself, never with her parents, and she's always frequenting around the docks. But when he attempts to bring it up with Anne, or some of the dock workers, they don't see the girl. He eventually folds, and the writing just acknowledges that he's getting old. That's pretty much just knowing that he's reaching his twilight years, and eventually he'll pass on. And then a week later, he would mention her again, this time with another child. And the growing numbers would continue as this little girl seems to amass what appears to be 4, 5, 6 children.
How many kids are missing?
Ask your party.
How many children are missing from around here? Out of just morbid curiosity.
I don't remember hearing a specific number. A few.
Alright, he's talking about seeing a little girl, a blonde girl, but nobody else seems to be able to see her. But as time passes, she seems to get more friends. I wonder if it has anything to do with the missing children.
When she mentions the children, Alaric sort of looks to Juria, exchanging like this just passing glimpse before looking back at her. When I was out on watch, I saw the silhouette of a child before the rats disappeared. Could it be connected?
Well, in the book, he's writing about how nobody else could see her, and just how people got colder, more cross, less friendly.
And it continues. The paragraph's getting shorter until they're just a few lines. He starts talking about how now the children are following him. And eventually he fears to even leave the house. Talking with Anne, she's also panicked. And they just keep mentioning her. They never give a name. But they think that she's back.
They keep on saying something about her and how she might be back.
Who is her? Does it say there?
No, it doesn't mention anything.
I don't imagine it's his wife. They would have said something. Guards, I mean, constabulary. They would have
No,
mentioned.
they were trying to keep, it seems like they are trying to keep the, and she'll do the air quotes, children out.
Did it mention how they knew to cast these? She gestures to the bed with the symbols underneath. These wards.
She continues leafing through, seeing if there's anything in regard to the wards.
Nothing that pertains to the wards. The only reference you would see is in the later part of Henry talking about using old magic to keep the children at bay. Because now the children are accosting them at night, breaking their windows, starting small fires.
I'll point to the passage and hand it to Yuria.
She takes it.
As Ashilde takes a fat rip from her vape.
It's the Dorfin way.
You
Actually,
get that nicotine somehow. But
Listen, don't judge me. It's been a day.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
I just know the sound. So I was like...
Me too.
The muffled talking.
Yes.
We live with it.
Handing the book over to Yuria, you would see the same passage. Talking
this is
about
my
using
profession.
old magic. You would also read, having flipped through, that Henry and Anna tried to protect some children as well. They had about 3 or 4 children in their care, trying to ensure that they didn't fall into her clutches. And that's it.
I don't like this.
What's worse than children? Evil, creepy children.
Yuria sort of reads through that final passage a few times before she closes the book and hands it back to Ashilda. You see her pull off the helmet, face pale and with cold sweat, as she wipes the sweat off her brow and sort of rubs at her still ringing ears. He talks about how they were apparently protecting 3 or 4 other children, trying to keep them away from her. You see the dark eyes in the dark, shimmering, look over to the bottomless pit. So I suppose, besides Anne, we're also missing a few children in this house.
You think? No. Do you think they went to that hole?
Perhaps whoever this her is took them.
Can't say for certain. It is not like there are any neighbors we could question regarding, if anyone left the house.
There is the constable. This
Look,
local legend might actually
question.
be.
We don't have time. We barely got here and found Henry alive. What if the children were just taken down that damn hole? As we're speaking.
If they went down there, I don't see us pursuing it in any practical manner.
We have enough torches.
You want to climb down that hole?
We have ropes. We have torches.
We have 50 feet of rope, at least, I presume. But that hole is much larger.
We'll climb the rest.
I thought you wanted to burn this house down. Now you want to jump down the bottomless hole, filled with blood and claw marks.
There might be children in there, Yuria. Are you not listening?
I am listening. I am listening to how these children could be as much of a danger as they are innocents, and that we need to be careful.
We'll be careful. But we're going after them, right? Alaric looks to everyone's faces here.
If we know for sure they're down there, then I don't see how we couldn't.
Hand me a torch.
I was just thinking of throwing one in to see how far it went down, but by all
She
means.
nods. No. If you wish, if you have a torch, toss it. Let's see how far down it goes.
Kellen will take one of the torches and do the whole lighting up process. Making sure it catches nice and good.
It does. You begin to illuminate the room that you're in.
Oh my god, there's light. I can actually see some shit. He'll step over to it and
So can Marana.
yeah, he'll hold it over the hole. And I'm sure obviously you can't see the bottom because
No.
He'll drop it in.
You release it, and it begins to fall. And fall. And fall. Until eventually you hear the clattering, distant, as it echoes upwards. You can see the base, and you realize there is a bottom. It's just that with it being so pitch black, and there being no real details down there, that it all just looked like darkness. But there is a bottom. About... Give me an intelligence check, Kellen.
I mean, like,
Actually,
you're talking about calculating terminal velocity times by time to come out with a... Yeah. What do you want, intelligence or something?
Give me a... We'll call this a nature check.
All right.
Hole's deep.
Oh, deep. That's a deep hole.
That's
Real
a deep
deep.
hole, brother. Brother.
That's a
Damn.
deep hole. God damn.
You don't
Destined
want to fall in there.
destined to roll low for the rest of my life.
It is a very deep hole. But down here, or at least up here rather, you can see where it goes.
There's a bright patch down there.
Bright enough. It landed on something solid.
don't suppose the clattering of the wood and the flame brings out any other horrible, nasty shit.
You wait, watching the flame flicker and illuminate the area. The benefit being that that was the only sound of it hitting stone. There was no pile of bones or anything like that down there. But nothing else seems to stir.
Well, the bottom's down there. At least I think it is.
How steep is it? Did the torch like bounce or bang off of anything, or was it just like one flat drop
Not
uninterrupted?
flat, it's cragged on sides, but nothing really jutted out to catch. It is just a straight hole down.
Completely vertical.
Indeed.
What do you think, Kellen?
We could probably make the climb, but my only concern would be that we should maybe secure the house first. I'm still a little nervous about that door closing behind us. Then there's this one, and then perhaps we should talk to the constable, let him know what's going on.
Everything you just said made sense. But do we have time?
I don't know.
Oh. We must all make the decision. We get the constable, we tell him what's happening, we secure the house, and then we go. Or we go. Gods be damned. We figured it out.
Maybe we hand over this one to him to put in a cell.
Go there then. Yes.
If we can even get out. Again, keep your eyes open. I don't know if there's something else that we can't see in here.
And there's all this trash. He gestures to the heaps of garbage. Might find something useful in there, assuming it isn't rotted.
Well, we can always look around a little bit. Please don't take this as being crass. But if they're down there, they've either been down there for a very long time, given the state of this place, or they're not down there. It's just a monster.
At least a week.
This level of decay? That smell? I attempt some kind of nature check to figure out how long it would take for that level of decay to happen.
Roll me a nature check.
Maybe not roll a fucking 1.
Is there giggling?
Better.
Is it?
I don't hear anything. I think you're going nuts.
You're crazy!
No, but really, like, do we hear that in character?
17.
Okay. Cool.
It's been about a week,
About a week?
but this isn't normal.
Oh, like the decay is unnaturally quick.
Indeed. You would see that even things like rice has spoiled.
Yeah. Well, he'll kind of step away from the pit to kind of like look around and point that out to everybody, and it's like, this is far too quick of a decay and rot to just be a week's worth of time. Even the dried rice is bad, and that rice is awesome. It keeps forever,
I didn't know the rice could even go bad.
right?
And yes, what you hear is what you're hearing.
Do you hear that?
thought for a moment I was just maybe going a little bit crazy, or the ringing in my ears from this one's mad screaming, but now that you mention it, yes.
Is all the proof I need.
Yeah. Ominous giggling is not what I would call compelling evidence to throw ourselves down a hole in immediate haste.
Shield's just gonna reach out and tap Alaric and give him a quick heal.
Alaric was mid-sentence when he felt that she's short, right?
Yeah, it would be like on his waist almost.
Okay, and there's a little girl laughing. He flinches. He flinches and goes, oh, and turns and looks down at you. And there's this moment where he's like frozen there, the sentence mid-formed in his contouring mouth. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Now, I'd greatly appreciate it if you'd protect me from the creepy children laughter.
I'm not sure that I can, but we can find its source.
Well, shall we deal with our prisoner and then see about throwing ourselves into certain danger and possible death?
Yes.
I don't think we have many choices.
Granted.
What are you doing, party?
I think we're gonna go drop off Oldie McChucklehead here, inform the constable guy what's going on, and then we're gonna come back and go down the hole. If I have that right.
I think that's the plan. Yuria would move to the end of the room, since this appears to be what people wish, but she would be careful not to leave the room until everyone else was ready to go. However, you can see her arms folded, foot tapping impatiently.
Why don't you all roll me a perception check?
Always good to hear that.
I see everything.
You hear everything. Alaric.
Not loading.
A likely excuse.
No, I'm serious.
Everybody but Siluril and Ashilda. You would note, while the laughter is all around you, the reason that is because it's coming from outside. Yuria and Marana would also be the ones to pick it up. A faint crackle. The smell of ash. And smoke.
Oh no.
Out, Yuria, her patience is immediately wiped away as soon as that sound hits her ears. She carefully lowers her arms, very still. Alaric, do you remember when you wanted to burn this house down?
I recall the thought perfectly.
I think they're burning the house down. Do you hear that?
Yes, let's go.
Right.
Alaric.
Put this fire out.
Right. Alaric will start heading outside.
Yep. Yuri is following. What do you mean my token movement collides with a wall?
It does.
Oh.
Cringe. I want to go out here.
Afraid not.
So I will move together with the party, just to be specific here.
Somebody hauling
Yes.
Johnny Shitknuckles with us.
So the door is locked currently, yes?
What's
We
it
don't
say?
know.
It says Alaric Ravain just tried to open a locked door, so Alaric will attempt to open it. Does it budge?
It does not.
He will try to force it.
That's it.
So he'll try to wrench it free first with the pure pull and strength of his arm, of his body. What would that be, DM?
You tell me.
Athletics?
Let's see it.
Just attack the door.
Straining against the door, it doesn't even budge. You would note the handle's pretty hot.
Alaric is straining, forcing, pulling. The muscles and sinew around his neck, his arms, his body, straining visibly, fresh against the skin. The sleeves on his kilted vest seem about to tear. And once it starts burning his hand, he pulls back with a hiss. The damn handle is hot. Porch is burning.
Permission to destroy property?
Where are
I
you?
don't actually see you.
Yeah.
Hold on, it's not letting me move.
You gotta move around.
Correct,
the
because you were
walls.
trying to move through the walls. Should have kept up with the party.
Would any of you be upset if I were to break some things?
Stop talking and do it.
Alright, I cast Shatter at the door.
Okay. Go ahead and roll Shatter. The door splinters, sort of pushing outwards. 8 is not enough damage, I'm afraid.
I'll give it one more go.
Okay.
I'm not burning alive in a house.
That is more than enough. Completely destroying the door, sending it flying outwards. You would notice as well, because nobody's talking, you would notice as well that beyond just the door, there appeared to be like iron stakes on the other side of the door. If it wasn't for the shatter spell, you were not leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any fire outside that's visible?
Yes.
Great.
The porch is burning, as well as the bush, or as well as the garden that is out front.
But there's going to be some damage taken if we are to step through here.
Correct.
And I'm going to cast my my last and only third level spell.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
going
wait.
to.
Before you cast,
You don't
Yuria
have a
would,
third level spell, by the way.
Yuria would step forward and use
Set.
control flames to extinguish the flame.
There you go.
No, I don't need the thing. Okay.
Instantly, the flames extinguished, leaving these scorched marks on the porch. The flame will eventually come back, as it's only, what, a 5-foot cube?
Extinguish the flames. Yeah, it's 5 foot cube.
So unless you're standing here doing all of it, eventually the flames will return, but you have enough time to get everybody through. If they move now,
So I can cast it 3 separate times. So it'd be like a 15-foot line, basically.
perfect. Enough
Oh,
to
yeah.
get you
So that's
off the
to get us
porch.
Yep.
So because it's not vocal, you would just see her basically gesture with a single hand, and the flame in front would ignite, and then extinguish, and she'd turn and shout, "Move!" herself, moving quickly out of the flame.
Give me 1 second. You would note 2 things as you rush out. 1, the fires that are burning all around you, sort of lapping at this house that it's apparent you were supposed to be inside of. And as you rush out, busting free, the laughter would stop. Where is this goddamn folder? I'm going blind. Jesus. Perfect. Here we go.
Yeah, the laughter has not stopped.
I know it's not stopping. Calm down.
We're off script.
Just like screaming.
Perfect. There we go.
You don't listen to the DM anymore.
Oh, yeah?
The children become their own entity. Take over.
Rushing out of the house, taking the madman with you, you would be met with the burning porch and now the burning cabin that's here. You hear the crackle of flame as it laps up against the sides of the building. You managed to survive being burned alive. Congratulations. However, a quick glance around, you don't see your culprits or the source of the laughter.
Hate that. Hate that.
Well, we don't see it from here. Alaric will try to go around the house. His intentions are very clear as he veers past the porch and looks down this way.
Sure.
Where are those little brats?
Peering beyond, Alaric. Roll my perception check. It's hard to tell. The smoke beginning to fill and filter outwards. Was that a shadow? Or are your eyes just playing tricks on you?
I think I saw something. Alaric will try to get his voice across from the crackling wood and the fading embers and the rising flame. Out there, behind the house.
Want we check it out, or do we need to leave? What is Your thoughts?
If left untended, the fire will burn down the cabin.
Is there any way to use control? Like, is control flames going to be enough to extinguish the fire?
One way to find out. Why don't you roll me an Arcana check?
Very well.
The only way to find out now is by trying. But this will preoccupy you.
Indeed, and preoccupied she will be as she starts to extinguish different pieces of the fire. Three sources here, three sources there, trying to outpace the flame. Is the flame beyond the porch, or is it just the porch that's on fire?
It is now beginning to catch on to the walls as well. So,
Okay.
This is why you'll be preoccupied.
Gotcha.
What are the
Seeing
rest of you
Juria working the flame, Alaric is weighing his options after Kellen's question, whether to go or to leave. With this conflict just clear in his face, let's just stand to the flames. And he will wrench free his cloak, roll it, and once it's folded 3 times over, he'll try to use it to start beating at the fire.
So I would also do Presty and start clearing 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot.
Okay. So the party's current intent is to battle the fire. I'm not hearing any objections, so.
Oh yeah, if everyone's gonna start, I mean, I'm doing it right now. So if everyone else decides to leave, then Yuri will just give up and move on. But since we're standing here, Yuri's gonna try to extinguish the flame.
Marana's just gonna play lookout for people who can do magical stuff and snuff out fire.
Okay. Thankfully, with everybody's help, you're able to get the fire under control after a hot minute of actually trying, of actually putting in the effort to stop the flame. There are the deep scorch marks that have burned against the porch and the like. But it's better than the entire cabin burning down.
In theory.
So, party. What are you doing? Now that you've managed to contain the fires, after a lengthy enough amount of time.
Yuri is sweating, wipes her brow once again. She turns to the others. That took longer than I thought it would. Her eyes fall upon the madman, seeing his current state, seeing if he's rousing from consciousness or not.
No.
Does he even look alive? Like, is he breathing?
He's breathing. It's ragged.
Okay.
But he just doesn't appear to be, like, there.
Yeah, she's definitely more concerned with him waking than if he's alive or not. Oh, so after a dubious glance his way. So, shall we get him to safety?
Let's get him then. Start asking about this mysterious she. I'm rather curious about that.
Shilda, you have the journal.
I do.
That's probably going to be our best source of proof of what's happened here. I'd like to think that this cabin will be here when we get back, but whatever started the fire, there's nothing stopping it from doing it again, and I don't have the means to prevent it, so
was thinking the same myself. What if the children are in that pit, and it gets caved in under the rubble? Then they're dead. Really dead.
You will remember the trail of blood leading into that hole. I don't think they went down there willingly. I think we had best focus on solving what is going on.
Yuria, if it must be bones we bring back the bones. Makes no difference to me.
I don't want to have to bring back your bones.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Isn't the whole point of being friends is that it does matter?
Even if we're late, there will be more. And if the thing runs away now, it'll be for nothing.
You see her silent, sort of falling still. Then what do you recommend we do?
We can't stay here, we must tell the constable. I hate the idea, but we may need to split.
Split?
Someone stays, watches the hole, the house. The rest bring him there.
Absolutely not. This house isn't worth the potential loss of one of our own.
I'm not leaving. You go. I'll stay here. I'll watch, I'll wait. I don't care.
I can wait for them. What were you going to say, Morona?
I was going to say, whatever was here was clever enough to wait, to trap us. If we had not used magic to get out, well, our only recourse would have been a rather unfavorable one. Whatever we're up against, it's smart, and it will try to separate us. Don't give it what it wants.
So, party. What are we doing?
Well, that depends. Is Alaric going to stay?
Alaric is struggling right now. You can tell that as Morana and Yuria speak sense to him. He has this look to him that he's struggling to acquiesce to the logic, but he just can't. He can't overcome the feeling, right? The thing that's keeping him there, the kids and all that.
Alaric. You can see Yuria sort of lighten. Nice. We don't know if the children are down there. They could be anywhere in Adam's Ferry. Besides, that tunnel is extremely deep. Even if this catches fire, more than likely they will be safe under there. And if we come back and it is rubble, we will unbury the rubble. We know where the hole is, roughly. It might take work, but I'm sure we can use some of the constable's men to help, if we have to.
Alaric's, his face starts to twitch. His eyes narrow, they soften, they narrow again. He begins running a hand across and down his nose over and over, so hard he may nearly rub the skin off. so trying to calm himself. All right. Maybe you're right. Maybe the thing is more interested in us. Maybe it'll follow us. They're harmless if they're down there. And if it's keeping them alive, I don't see why that changed now.
Exactly. You staying here doesn't change whether they're alive or not. If it wants them alive, it will keep them alive. We can't do anything about that at the moment. Once we know more, we'll be in a position to do something. If not to save the children, then save future children.
Your children. He waits Verdig in his hand and gives its encryption a look for setting it across his shoulder. Let's go. Let's bring Henry to the constable.
Sorry, I don't want him waking halfway there. And so, I believe, Mr. DM, unless anyone has anything else to say, we are off.
Understood. Any objections from the party?
Nope.
Silura, you are the one holding Henry. Any objections?
No, she would not have an objection.
Understood. Then the party begins to move, making your way north, along the road, back the way you came from. Don't let me stop you, party. You have a marker for a reason.
My page hasn't loaded.
I'm still loading, man. Calm down.
Same here.
Jesus.
Who wants to take the wheels? I'm there already. I live with the fucker.
What?
I loaded really fast because we share local
You
connection.
son of a bitch.
Yeah, because you also have, like, nice internet. I got, like, a cup on a string.
Making your way north, you'd be met by all the same pleasantries. People who pay you little mind, or some that greet you as they did before. Except now there's this look that they hold as you come back bearing Henry in manacles. Some, their brows furrowed. You can see that some want to protest, as if you've done something wrong by effectively arresting the local old man. But none dare stop you. You do get some very intense scowls and glares in your direction, though.
As the scowls start to happen and the staring, Yuria would take off her cloak and lay it over him. Not for comfort, but essentially to hide the manacles.
Understood.
And obscure the old man.
Your Silril would do almost the opposite, and she would try to reassure people as she walked by.
Oh, he's not good. He's not in trouble.
Trying to prevent reputation loss as much as possible.
Yep.
It is a mix where some are assuaged by your no, he's it's for his own good, we promise. The others are like, what rule do you have? Who gave you the right? That's the looks you get. Those are the murmurings you hear.
If Silril allowed Yuria, she would basically try to obscure the manacles. So it didn't quite look like we were, arresting him and dragging him away.
It is about an hour's walk at the brisk pace that you all are taking. We'll say an hour. Usually it would be longer, having to walk that far. Again, met by the same individuals. the same individuals who had met you previously, where you had gotten their names from. Some of them calling out for Henry, seeing he's unresponsive. You can see some retreating back into their houses. Others weighing the pros and cons of picking up a sledgehammer or a blacksmith's hammer and freeing their friend, their neighbor, against some strangers.
Could I try to deduce that?
Roll me an insight check.
Well, it's not like we're dragging him off by the ankles on some rope tied to a
Silro's
horse.
like princess carrying him, so
Yeah.
it's not like a being drugged behind. She's like princess carrying the poor guy.
Poor man. He needs help. Anyway, time to the back of the horse. Let's get on with it.
Nobody's stopping you, I might add. They're letting you pass, but they are murmuring and talking to each other.
Holy shit. Sorrow, please.
Yeah, he scared me too.
Eventually,
You were sleeping on the little thing that stops the door.
Yeah, I heard it.
eventually you would be able to make your way back to the constabulary. Again, no issues. Just some modicum of resentment from people who already don't trust you. And another thing to note, as you're walking, because I imagine you're keeping your eyes open, you don't see any children. Go ahead and drag your token to where the constabulary is. Wrong. Close.
What do you mean? That's
Where
where it
you
was
going?
last time.
Where you going?
What? You said wrong, so I just, dragged it.
All right,
What's
you
happening?
little psychopaths. Calm down. Jesus
one of these.
Christ.
We start banging on doors. Which one are you as the constable?
It became
I
a
forgot.
guessing game.
Jesus.
God.
Making your way to the constabulary, banging on the doors, you would be met by one of the other sort of militiamen that are here, who opens up the door and sort of looks surprised at all of you. And then his attention settles on the disheveled Henry. You would see him look back and call out, and it would be the constable, Theodric Watt, who sort of rounds around a corner and begins like heavy stepping towards all of you.
Are we able to step inside into the lobby proper?
Absolutely.
Well, once they do, Alaric sits down.
What happened?
Ashilda would pull out the journal and slide it to him.
He looks at it, immediately gives it a dismissive wave, and looks to the party for an answer.
Uriah also would find a chair to sit in, sort of rubbing at her temple, basically with a small migraine after battling out mind for mind with Henry. Weary, she'd mention.
Constable, how long have you been around here? Just out of curiosity.
If this is about your book, it can wait.
No. It's about what's inside the book. If you're not going to read it, I will gladly explain it in small words if I have to.
He, again, the hand comes up, like, paying no mind why this dwarf has presented this book. It's just, what happened to Henry? Where's Anna?
We found him like this. That book is Henry's diary.
We approached their cabin, like you suggested. We found them not outside, not in the garden untended. It seemed like a normal enough house until we saw the details, until we started paying attention.
Tell him about the smell.
And the smell, yes, the smell. The stagnant aroma. The windows boarded, but the door unlocked. When we entered, we broke a line of salt. And when we looked inside, we saw everything else had been broken well before. His house was a disaster. No furniture survived. Rubble, bits of wood, splintered, torn rugs. Henry has been busy this past month, this past week. There were marks on his cabin floor, bits of nails embedded in it. Upon his floors were symbols, magic.
He was afraid, Constable. And with how things are in town, he resorted to witchcraft to protect himself. There were sigils on the ground, markings on the spikes on the walls with which he battened his windows. Salt at the rail of his door. He was afraid of something, and whatever he was afraid of showed up. We saw the scratches on the ground, all across the house. Things rotten in varying states of decomposition. Beside his bedroom was a hole. Just as I say, it was a hole in the wall going down. How far, we don't know, but it had an end. And when we found Henry, he was raving. Breathing in hard, exhaling just as hard. And when finally he saw one of us, he started screaming like a madman. When we tried to calm him down, he summoned some kind of inhuman strength to prevent us. Got his hands around my throat. Would have strangled me if we hadn't brought him down. Something happened to him. He wasn't himself. Something is very wrong. Not sure if it's only his home or if it's the whole town. We also believe that the children might be in that hole. We heard some laughter, a little girl laughing. And just as we did, something closed the door as we were inside and lit a flame on the porch to lock us in. If it hadn't been for Achille, if it hadn't been for Yuria, we would have burned inside the home. Something is actively trying to kill your town, starting with the children.
Calm down. The hand comes up. Because you can see now, it's not Theodric who's reacting. It's the constable behind him. The deputy whose face is pale. You can see their sweat just all across his features. And you can see that there's that stoicism from Theodric, but he is holding it together on like a razor thin wire.
Alaric understands, and he catches himself, sort of dragging a palm hard across his mouth, across his beard. He nods slowly and returns to look at the ground with a heavy brow and a glazed over look.
You can see that staggered inhale, the heaving rise and fall of Theodric's chest as he attempts to catch his breath, not even realizing that he had been holding it while you all were explaining the situation. And gives a small nod.
Look, the book was his journal. It mentioned several passages leading up to that event, and a mention of saying that she's back. We don't know what he meant.
Who is she?
He made references to a little blonde girl. but nobody could see her except him. And then as time passed on, apparently she ended up getting more and more friends.
He pauses, now turning his attention to the book. He reaches a hand out. You can see that faint tremble. After all, he's just a man. Pulling up the book, he would sort of peel it open, that sort of sucking sound of slick parchment, as he folds back to the last couple pages that are legible and begins reading, sort of nodding to himself. He sort of rubs at his chin. You can see him trying to peel other pages back, trying to get further back, and then just realizing that it's illegible. I could be wrong. I might very well be wrong. But the only blonde little girl I know about is Miss Ledane's daughter.
Oh, was she missing?
He shakes his head. She died.
Oh,
A sickness got her. Hafen wasn't able to do anything. Wasn't able to stop it. She died in the night.
Who took in her child after she passed?
No. Hafen Ledane is the wisdom. It was her daughter who died.
It's a furrow of the brows. Could it be some kind of spirit luring the children away?
I don't know. I have no knowledge of these. Of magic or superstition.
Neither do we.
the mother. This wisdom. She's gone now. Right?
She's across the river.
You saw her? Please do not take offense at this.
And she kind of shifts him in her arms.
Yes.
But did you see her physically leave?
I escorted her to the ferry.
Did she blame anyone for the sickness on her daughter?
She blamed herself. She couldn't understand why. It was something she had never seen before, she said. You don't think...
No.
It is
no.
our benefit that we are not a part of your community here. That we can see things without bias of knowing each other. We cannot simply cast down a possibility until we have secured that it is not possible.
It's hard to act without any evidence. We won't get evidence without asking questions.
One thing the book mentioned was that Henry first saw her by the docks and mentioned that that's when people started to change for the worst. He said there was a warehouse.
He nods. It's where I had tracked Edgar's movements. It's one of the ones that he operates out of. It's where his foreman is at. I thought perhaps you might be able to find the things there, that if he was responsible for the break-in. But I have heard no reports of children there.
There are unexplainable diseases affecting the rats. And this is just my own thought. Perhaps she is missing her daughter. Surrounding herself with children.
Already you can see Theodric shaking his head in disagreement. This no. Like he can't believe even the thought of that.
I think we're jumping to conclusions a little bit here. We don't actually have proof of that, to be fair.
You want to hear a conclusion? I conclude, and Alaric looks up, that we might be meddling with things beyond our comprehension, beyond our skill. And I get it. That's been true ever since the Wizard Kings made us sharpen sticks to go after the gods. But I'm not willing to fight this evil with what we stand to sacrifice. The kids. The children is taken away. We should write to the Slayers, Constable. Raise a bounty together. Collaborate in some way to bring down here an expert. Someone who knows to read through these lines, these signs. Make sense of all this.
You can see his face scrunch up immediately at the mention of Slayers. There's a shake of his head. Even if we could, there's not enough coin to pay a slayer. Nor do I want to run the risk of them also taking the children.
Why would they take the children? Do they not hunt monsters? Is that not their purpose?
He sort of grimaces. You've heard the stories. They might hunt monsters, but they're no different.
There is another option, but it would require you to ignore some rumors.
He raises a brow.
You have a method of getting messages out to the nearest large city.
Couriers, yes.
I can write and see if they can, well, It's not very widely known, but in almost all major cities there's people who intercept messages for the Grey Watch. They deal with these kind of things in the wilderness all the time. Corruption, just monstrosities of all sorts of kinds. I'm people who are more knowledgeable than I.
He sort of pauses for a moment, sort of doing the math in his head. Even then, we'll be waiting for a courier to get to Rosewood, and that letter gets sent out to your order. It's already several weeks' travel. From here, no less. Our couriers are by foot.
I was hoping you had birds or something.
Actually,
Say-
Killen, if Shane hasn't yet left, we could give him a letter. He could give it to the mage in Elion.
They're already gone.
Damn it.
Most of their things are already packed. Lawrence and the others are already escorting him out.
Well, if not expert help, is there anyone on the other side of the river you could petition for? Perhaps the mayor could lend some men until this crisis has been resolved.
I've been asking the mayor for help ever since this started. He sent nobody. I could petition him again. Perhaps his wizard? But even he is more reclusive than the mayor.
He has his own wizard.
He nods.
How long would it take us to go to the other side?
It's about an 8-hour ferry ride.
If the wizard's been here, perhaps he's got a glimpse of this corruption. Maybe he has answers. Maybe he's not a bad person and he's been trying to speak to the mayor about it. Maybe if we appear there, show the book, we could compel them into action in some way.
He gives a shrug. A very disheartened, like, that's what he's been trying to do. But he closes the book, sort of hands it over to whoever will take it.
Uriel will take it and add, Let's presume for the moment that help is not available and we have to do this ourselves. If we don't go seeking for help, what would be our next step?
Well, let us
The
get
warehouses?
Henry inside. I have some ointments for the wounds here.
You'll need to keep him gagged, I think.
Before we gag him, we should wait for him to wake up.
If there is a way to sedate him, it would be better.
That would require crossing the river. There's a sanatorium on the other side. They would be able to tend to his needs.
Maybe that's the best bet then. As Yuria said, if we assume that this is on us, which it is what it is, then our next step would probably be to find this wisdom and ask her some very pointed questions. Then, the mayor.
She's across the canal.
As well. Yeah, seems like 3 of our potential destinations are that way.
What about the hole?
I meant to ask. The book references children. Did you find them?
We did not.
Neither the children nor Anne were found. There was just Henry and blood. And he screamed at us saying that we were the murderers.
Blood led to the hole, too.
Were there any bodies?
Indeed. No.
There's enough blood, though, to make one wonder.
He turns to his militiaman. I want you to gather the other. If able, search that house.
Be careful.
I would advise maybe not going inside.
How else would you find the bodies?
When we went in, something tried to lock us in,
And
and then
burn it
tried to
down.
set the place on fire while we were in it.
We
Heard-
agreed to bring Henry here. Are we not going back?
Perhaps we should. Perhaps we should sort out that hole before doing anything else. If nothing else, whatever's inside has large claws and penchant for killing things.
You see the
And
other
we-
You see the other militiaman's face just like pull in on itself at the mention of massive claws.
Nope.
Seeing the fear in his face, Alaric will rise up and advance on him slowly, and he'll reach up to lay a hand on his shoulder. Whatever it is we will face, it will be together. I will be going with you.
We should sort out the hole first.
If that's the case, we may need some way to convey us down there. Not sure if we have enough rope.
I don't have much in the way of supplies, but rope we do have. As well, in the return, should we find whatever lays beyond and we're not able to progress, I will pay for your passage across the ferry.
That'll do.
Once we are back, do you have some kind of lantern we can tie at the end of the rope? Let it go down, show us the passage.
Most of our hooded lanterns are used for patrols. We could part with maybe one, but we're strapped for resources.
No need. If one of your men is coming with us, he should have one, right?
I'll be going with you.
Very well. Just make sure once we go in that you don't wait outside.
I would like to protest of your coming.
Theodric,
She frowns as she looks up to him.
he pauses for a moment looking at you. What do you mean?
You are the only one. You and your militiamen. From what mine eyes have seen, you are the only ones who care about law in this city. The only ones who seem to have a care, besides those who live their own lives. If you were to somehow not be able to return,
And she gently adjusts Henry in her arms with the implication.
I feel the worst for the town.
Scylla, how dare you make so much sense?
His jaw tightens. You can see there was that moment where, compared to the guardsman beside him, there had been that moment of stoicism, that bubbling heroism that had attempted to show its face, and then the moment you speak any semblance of truth, of understanding, that fails and falls back, and his shoulders just slouch for a moment.
She continues.
They need you. You are all they have. The strongest amongst them. Without you and your strength and conviction, everyone here will crumble. Every house will look like Shane's. Every home will be empty in time.
That sort of sadness that he cannot help is instead replaced with a look of understanding. A nod.
Besides, you're probably going to have your hands full in the next hour or two. Many eyes watched us take Henry back, and though it was for his own good, it was in manacles. I suspect you'll have your hands full dealing with townsfolk who are not too happy about strangers arresting old men.
There's a faintest smile. You made a scene.
Unfortunately, it was hard not to. We are somewhat of a walking scene no matter where we go.
Okay. Very well. If nothing else, I will ensure that the supplies are given to you. I may not be able to send one of my men to escort you, but I trust in your abilities. We will tend to Henry. I will attempt to keep him protected. He will not leave my sight. You see him turn. Get them what rope we have and an extra lantern. The guardsman nods and begins to make his way to the back room.
Tilril sighs. It's just this exasperated breath.
You would see as he sort of reaches his arms out to take Henry from you.
She does so with shaking arms.
Taking Henry into his own, he gives a small nod. Thank you for saving him.
No one deserves to die in a place like that.
Turning back, he would walk to one of the cells, sort of pushing it open as it was unlocked, and then moving to rest him down on the cot that's in there, and sort of pulls the coat back, sort of holding it to hand back to whoever it may belong to. That's you, Yuria.
Thank you. She begrudging takes it and slips it on and
Begrudging.
prestes it, cleaning it, even though Henry was already pretty much clean after Cyril. And then after some adjustments, she'll murmur, "Watch Henry. He was not himself when we found him, and we had to. He did not come willingly."
Understood.
Watch his screams.
That is why you suggested the gag.
It was loud enough to make ears bleed.
He looks to Cyril.
It was quite unpleasant. It wasn't until I had knocked him unconscious that we were even able to think straight.
He nods. A rather sorrowful look on his face as he walks back. You would see that he tightens the manacles where Alaric had left some slack. Leaves and comes back with the other guardsman who's returning with another, well, looks to be like 2 spools of hempen rope, about 100 feet total, and then a hooded lantern that's laying on its side. Sort of arms out to whoever wants to take it.
Alaric takes it. And he'll spool a whole half up a shoulder, down an arm, till it's down to the elbow, and he'll use the other half to tie it around his waist. And at the left end of his hip, from there the lantern will hang, as he makes the last knot around its handle. If nothing else, he seems prepared. And there's a restlessness about him, as though he's... well, he really wants to go back. This worry.
Handing over the supplies, the guardsman turns and makes his way to help Theodric, who is currently, as gentle as he can, trying to apply what looks like a sort of restraint mask over Henry's face. I don't know how well it will do to stifle his screams, but we use this to stop people from spitting.
Spit.
As I said, sedation would be best.
I'll speak to those that I can, see if there's any supplies left by the wisdom that we can use. When do you intend to head back?
As suppose sooner rather than later, yes.
Perhaps after a meal?
Charge
What?
done.
What?
No. We're not going to eat. Every second is precious.
You are rushing so quickly to death, you know that?
What if it is their deaths that hangs on a balance?
I know you're alive. I don't know if they're alive. What good is it for them if you are trapped down there and you starve to death? What good is it for you to rush down there unprepared?
Hence the rope, Yuria. Do you think I've not considered these things? That I do not understand the danger? I do.
Theodoric brings his hands up. If nothing else, rest now while you're able. A short rest.
Perhaps long enough to make sure that we have everything we need and are fully prepared.
I assume you all carry rations on you?
Yes.
I would recommend that over whatever they serve at the winch.
What is wrong? What is wrong with the pork at the winch anyway?
He shrugs. Just makes me sick. So I don't eat it.
So weird. How do you mess that up anyway?
The old man who cares for it doesn't really care.
Did he used to?
He was less grouchy. I
But it was
imagine
never
age
good.
does that to you.
But it was never good.
The food was never good, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
The journal mentioned something else. Maybe you can enlighten me a wee bit. He said after a certain point, people just started getting meaner. Did that happen to everyone all at once, or was it gradual?
You can see him pause for a moment, bringing a hand up, sort of tapping at his own chin. Gradual, I would say. There were greetings in the morning, usually. The town was alive, but eventually people just stopped caring. Okay. The party sprints out of the constabulary.
Bye!
Oh.
Skip dialogue.
What?
Have to skip.
I noticed it at first when some of the crewmates of the ferries were more cold-shouldered than before. There was respect that was paid, and then there was none. And that eventually turned to distrust. Most people wouldn't even leave their homes with their coin purses anymore. To the person who keeps moving the token. Deselect the token.
Not it.
It's not me.
It's not me either.
Look at me.
Anyway.
So, if you guys would like, you can spend a short rest here in the constabulary. You are supplied with 2 lengths of 50 foot each of hempen rope and a hooded lantern. If you'd like to spend hit dice or anything, now is the time to do so.
Is the constable present for the whole rest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, might as well spend some hit die.
Now, if you have HP missing, might as well use it now.
and make sure you mark a short rest. If we go into combat again and you're like, but my short rest ability isn't back, that'll be on you, and you won't get it.
But wait a minute. Mr. DM,
What?
I'd like to spend some sorcery points.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also doing arcane recovery.
I'd like to spend 2 sorcery points for my pack magic. And then I'd like to put those points into first level spells.
Sure.
Let me make sure I'm doing that right.
I think that.
We do a little sword locking.
Mm.
Oh, we get 1 back. Nice.
Well, after a warlock, you get all your warlock spells back after a short rest.
Yes. That's the beauty of it. You spend your warlock spells, you put them in your spells that require a long rest, and then you get those short pack magic spells back.
Pretty slick.
Because they're first level, I get 2 points back. First level spell costs 2 points, so I get 1 spell slot back, and then I get that pack magic back after a short rest. Yugi boy, I draw Pot of Greed.
That card's been tournament banned since 2002.
It allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck.
Do you know that because of Abridged?
Yugi boy.
No, I know it because of a meme.
Oh my god.
I know because of a YouTube video that discusses the history of Pot of Greed and all its variations that I watched because it showed up and I was like, yeah, I got time.
So, short rest underway. Are you guys doing anything during your short rest?
Eating rations. Rubbing my forehead because I got a migraine from Henry.
You did.
That guy. Ow. I'm new terms with my PTSD.
Awfully quiet. Anything else?
I think during the rest, at some point where the constable wouldn't be within earshot, Alaric would sort of place himself adjacent to Siluril and kind of looking down to her, voice lightly lowered. He'd try to get her attention. Hey, Siluril.
Yes.
What you said to him, to the constable, it was good you did. I think that man's been waiting to hear that for a long time now. And only you could tell his need. Only you could sense it. See the whole picture. That he's a dam, the only thing keeping the flow of chaos entropy from swallowing this whole town. I do not think he'll forget that anytime soon. Well done.
He needed to hear it. It was the truth.
Not only did he needed to hear it from you.
She kind of looks up at him with these like sharp eyes, examining his expression.
Alaric, above all else, seems incredibly tired. And every minute he's been spending here resting, he's been restless, jumpy. But when he says this, he seems honest and somewhat placid.
I hope so.
Small nod, and he quietly moves on back to his chair, sitting down.
Scylla would, kind of just be caught off guard a bit by that, furrowing her brows and then putting her elbows back on her knees to finish her ration. Pressed by the way. It tastes great.
It tastes like
These
burnt
are-
hands.
These are rations that you got from Elians, so they already taste good.
Aha.
But they could be better.
Yeah, but she wants it to taste like that stew that he made because it was really good and she really liked it.
Okay.
Very well.
She wants it to taste like meat. meat.
After an hour, your short rest is up. You've been given supplies. The other guardsman has already been dispatched to continue his patrols. Told to, well, not to go south, but to keep his eyes on the small residents that reside just along the southern path, the cluster of houses that you passed. That's where he'll be staying. So, not within immediate reach, but if there's any call for help, hopefully he'll be the first one to respond.
Hopefully.
With that, party, rations in your stomachs, recovery of the arcane or spell points, what have you. Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
Not for the short rest. Okay.
I think we're ready to go into a pit. It's time to go, one might say, back to the pit.
This is the second time we go into a pit, huh, in this campaign?
Back
It's
to
back.
the pit.
To the pit.
Back
We're going
to the
back.
Steel. Wait, no, that's the wrong pit. Shit.
People didn't believe me. They thought I was crazy.
They
thought I
called
was
me a
insane.
madman.
He called me mad. I'll prove them wrong.
You find
We are
yourself
indeed.
along the old road. It's winding, serpent-like suggestion.
It's home.
And guess what that road be doing? It do be winding.
It do be twisting. It
So-
do be suggesting
Twerking, you
serpentine.
might say.
All right, party.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Hey guys. we're back.
He died.
It would be in this
Robo
moment
area.
down here where, again, you would meet the guardsman who's been stationed down here. Sort of walking along, keeping a very open eye to everything that's around here. Sort of talking with a number of the people who are already lodging complaints, as you said they would. And he, of course, is already taking down notes and names. And as you all approach, fingers are pointed in your direction. Jabbed at the air towards you. But he doesn't stop you. He tries to sort of calm them. You can see that sort of that conversation going back and forth with the person very vehemently shaking their head. Again, fingers jabbed at you as you all continue past. Who's leading this, by the way? Who's the one walking?
I'm the one pulling the thing at the moment.
No, I mean, who's the one leading the group?
Oh.
I feel like Alric would probably be fast stepping the hardest. But I could be wrong.
He'd be power walking, but if somebody wants to be ahead of him, he's not gonna start, demanding everybody walks at his speed, right? He'd keep up with everybody else.
I just feel like we'd be going at Alric's pace, which is completely reasonable, actually, considering.
Shield is having to move a little bit faster, power walking to their walking.
Come, convict. We have a hole to
Take
throw
this.
you in.
Takes us like an hour to get there, he says.
You mean
D-boys,
leisurely?
get ready to release. It does take an hour to travel back and forth this road, and it's only because of your fast pace. At a walk, it would take you about 2 hours.
This town's big as fuck.
It's spread out is what it is.
Yeah.
As it is with all of these rural places. But you find yourself here. The scene of the crime. Still smoldering somewhat. Welcome back.
Does it seem feasible to walk through the charred remains of the porch?
Hard to tell. It could give out underneath you. But unless you're going to be spending your time trying to claw away at those windows, you have one entrance.
Well, the door is destroyed, so it's not like it can be slammed behind us necessarily.
Indeed.
If anybody has any plans to go through that door, speak them now. Otherwise, I'll start clearing the way with Verde.
No, I think we're all good with this, right? We're all going down a deep, dark hole and killing something with large claws and fangs. I'm not asking out of hesitation. I just want to be sure.
I mean, when you put it like that, maybe we should reconsider.
Well, that was more of a hypo. It was rhetorical, the entire thing. But no objections. Well, there we go.
Alric, if you'll do the honors. I don't know what you plan on doing, but by all means.
There is this violent swoosh as Verde comes oscillating up onto his shoulder from the ground. And he will move on to the direct path in front of the door and the rubble. And he'll begin clearing out a path with the hammer, essentially filling the ground, pushing aside dead, burned through wood, making sure there's no false floor to step on and things like that.
The audible crack and snapping of wood echoing out. As piece by piece you carve away with verdict. Until eventually there's enough of the foundation and enough of the remaining wood there to support yourself and pull yourself up. But this takes a while. There are moments where you swing verdict and it punches through the wood into the soft ground beneath, and you have to pry it free, straining yourself.
And I bet there's like a shockwave of force returning back to him. This is grueling work.
Very much. It is labor.
But Alaric performs it doggedly, with a seal. And when finally he makes it to the door, he steps in with a purpose.
Ashilde, Kellen, you guys staying in the back?
I couldn't make it. I had a weird pop-up for some reason. Anyway. That was weird. Anyway. In we go.
Time to die, friends.
Look at that beautiful single file line.
Right?
Spike
Yeah.
back in
Lightning bolt!
That's
Oh,
the
no.
exact thing I thought.
Chain lightning.
Out in
Oh.
Erist, Arnold sneezes.
What was that?
What the hell?
Like something just walked over my grave. What the fuck? You walked
Somebody
over
else's grave.
Yeah.
walked over your grave. Huh. Whatever. Must have been nothing. Must have been the wind.
You all make your way into the house, marching in one by one. The creak of the floorboards, that rancid smell, just as you had left it. Much to your surprise, maybe, having expected something else to lay within, or having burned this house down, but it is left untouched save for your presence and the smoldering porch outside. Lead the way, party. You have full movement of your tokens.
Full movement?
Yeah.
I can't go through this wall.
Yeah, full movement. Can you phase through walls in real life?
If I hit them hard enough.
Oberon
Under
can,
hollow.
apparently.
Have you
No,
seen a construction?
When
Oberon
it
just
comes,
took the red pill and went right through the wall.
What's up, Sylvia?
She would peer around the wall to see if the room was the same.
Roll my perception check. $11. The room's the same, but you would notice now. Why don't you all zoom in on your tokens? And tell me if you don't see something next to Kellen, Marana, and Siluril.
that shattered lantern on the ground.
Little moty things floating about.
How about the footprints?
Those are really subtle. There they are. Those fresh.
They certainly look fresh.
Wait, it was only Silverell was the only one who noticed, right?
Correct.
I'll just wait for her to say something. If she
Was
does.
there, were those on the previous map?
Were they?
Yes, they were.
There are footprints here. They know not about tracking. All they knew.
Footprints. He looks down. Are they boots, bare feet?
What's it look like?
I'm asking. Make sure. It looks like bare feet, but I'm making sure.
That's probably bare feet.
Can I determine size? Anything from them? Like
Or a survival check.
age, size, weight, gender, all that stuff.
I'd like to help him.
Survival check. Oh yeah, Elric's been like paying attention now when we do that stuff. Fuck, I should just make Elric roll. Jesus Christ.
No, we're fine. If we must suffer the luck, let us suffer it together.
You're not able to discern anything aside from the fact that they are very small footprints.
Ooh.
Them's the rolls, brother.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Them's the rolls.
They're very tiny. Could be that girl, the blonde little.
The
Maybe
big
she's
one.
the one who locked us in, started the flame.
Maybe.
Either way, do we press on?
I don't see that we have much of a choice.
As he walks to the room, Alaric will now be pointedly looking around for footsteps again. Sort of tracing the outline of the wall, walking in crisscross shape so as to not step on anything.
Tell me if you spot any.
You not believe how hard I'm squinting.
Enhance.
You should be able to zoom in pretty far. This map is in 8K, so you should be able to make out every detail.
Like CSI. Enhance. Adjust
I guess
resolution.
my issue is I didn't know it was there before. So I don't know if it's new.
I don't see shit. Anything different with the pit?
There's footprints. They would look like they went this way.
Why are you whispering?
Because I'm in the fucking moment. Don't you fuck off. I'm having fun. I'm whispering.
Yeah.
Are you nervous, Cal?
No.
A little anxious.
A little on edge.
With Silarel's assistance, Alaric, you would see the footsteps that you passed over, leading into the room. Why don't you roll me an investigation, Alaric?
I can do that, boss.
You got it. Oh my god.
You would see that the footprints, sparse as they are, the only times that you see them are after they track through mud or through blood. And you would see that there are imprints here in the sort of coagulated mess that lies on the outside of this hole leading into the pit.
Do-do, do-do.
More like doo 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 doo. As Alaric begins to unspool the rope, looking like he's gonna be neck wrenching a ghost. He's also sizing the area, wondering how he's gonna go about this, where he's going to anchor it.
That is the question.
I don't see anything very sturdy at all to hold this. One of us may need to stay up here and hold the rope. Level it, as one by one we go down.
Yuria would tug on the lamp that Zillaril is now standing next to. The solar lamppost.
Tugging it breaks off in your hand.
Oh, okay. I'll still drop it then.
Clatters against the floor.
What is wrong with you?
What? I was seeing if it was sturdy. It clearly wasn't.
Colin will turn around and basically bang his elbow against the post that he's standing next to loudly. Just make a sudden loud sound like From that, can I determine that this is perhaps a load-bearing pillar and thus very sturdy?
Roll me another survival check.
Oh boy.
You break the post. The cabin collapses.
You show your strength. You
More like
elbow check it and it shatters.
Like I roll a 1 and dislocate my entire body.
Look,
You got this.
It could work. It would sacrifice some feet of the rope, but it's potential.
A few feet of rope for having a sturdy thing is not a terrible trade.
Yeah, you would have to give up about 25 feet.
20. Guess.
How
Didn't look
much
that far.
feet do we have?
He gave us 100
Correct.
total.
You also all should have some rope.
Yeah, we all have rope, so we can make like a longer.
We can make a really long rope.
I don't think I have rope.
Another thing to note with that nat 20, that torch is gone.
Oh yeah, it's no longer down there.
Well, it's been over like 3 hours. They don't last that long anyway.
I think he meant like the spent wood itself, like the wick of the torch, right?
I think it
Guess
just
we'll find
burned
out.
out. I mean, I don't know. Guess yeah, we'll find out.
We will. Because soon you have Alaric unspooling the rope in his arm, the one with the end coiled around the handle of the lantern, and he'll begin lowering it down into the hole.
Do we have a way to make the tip of the rope have light that doesn't require fire? That things that Sabine used to do.
Not for me, unfortunately.
That makes Alaric pause. He pulls the lantern back up at Siluriel's request. I'm not sure. But whether or not we do, I want one of you to hold me by the waist in case something pulls. I don't want to fall.
Anyone? She looks around to the people.
If you want
Morales.
lighting... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, Morales is gonna shake her head.
I can't cast any magic.
You could always tie that
Siluriel
hooded
squints.
lantern to it.
I do not want to have the possibility of losing it.
We could just drop
What about
another lit torch down there.
She would like to shield day.
I cannot do anything like that. I mean, if I have time to restudy, yeah, I can do it, but unfortunately, an hour is not going to cut it.
What makes you think a lantern won't be enough?
It is not that I do not think it would be enough. I do not want to lose it. She
we'll have-
would point at the claw marks suggestively.
We'll have torches. This is mostly to be able to tell how deep it goes.
I think
I
I
should
understand. I get what she's meaning. Why risk it if we don't have to?
Well, I said we could always just drop another torch down there.
Ashilda pulls out her pack and sets several torches down.
Okay.
Dion,
Yes.
in Presty, it says like a shower of sparks. Would that give off light every now and then? Like a flash of sparks would?
Not to reach the bottom.
Okay, but just if I were to cast it, it lasts for an hour. So it would be like would it be like a blinking light going down?
This is from Presty?
Yeah, you make a shower of sparks as an example. It's an instantaneous, harmless sensory effect.
It would be within 10 feet of yourself. So those sparks would fall, but they would eventually fade.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out what you're meaning.
She wants to cast it on the end of the rope to make spark from the end of the rope, so that as it goes down, it's like a blinking light.
Oh, and it retains the effect?
Yeah, it's for up to an hour.
Oh, that's fucking cool, actually.
I think I only have to be within 10 feet to cast it, not to maintain it, because it's not a concentration.
I'll allow it, sure. We'll add some horror to this. As you send a strobe light into the darkness.
Oh no.
Yeah, Alaric would untie the lantern, once again hook it to one of the notches on his belt. Sorry, on his waistband. And he will pass the rope to Siluriel. Here, you lower it. I'll hold you.
Who is combining the ropes, by the way?
It might be a team effort between Kellen and Alaric, but right now we're just trying 50 meters of rope.
Sure.
Just to see how deep it goes, or if it's enough. Siluriel.
She would
take a very deep breath. And the practice she's been getting from playing with the fire and doing different things for Owen on each watch, she would move her hand over the end of the rope, and out of it would spark these brilliant golden sparks. It's a shower of them that fizz in and out.
Like those little sticks that children use to release sparkles.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
It's ignited, lighting the area around you, momentarily in short bursts.
She would look back to someone who might hold on to her.
It's Alaric. He reaches in and takes her by, I guess, the waistline.
Having to
With
squat
one
down.
hand. I think he'll actually just set a whole hand down on one of her shoulders and sort of like center her feet on the ground. Ground her, essentially.
Okay.
Grounded.
And you begin to lower the rope,
Yes.
inch by inch, foot by foot. The rope is lowered. That spray of sparks at the end, letting them trail and fall downwards into the open, yawning abyss that is this hole. You get momentary flashes of light, revealing passing, jutting stone and breaks in the rock, until eventually you're out of rope. And those sparks still fall into nothing.
Sure to look down into the hole.
We're out.
We are out.
Kellen. Hold it steady, Siluril. Kellen, bring out the rope.
Yeah. We'll bring the other 50 feet that we were given.
Okay. Why don't you both give me, either together or individually, give me a survival check.
You roll it, Tristan. We'll break this curse. Believe.
Just survival advantage, or
Yep, survival advantage.
that's not too bad.
22. See, it's
Not
when you
too
say
bad.
stuff like not too bad on a 22 is when the dice say fuck you and you get sevens.
Mhm.
Praise your dice, brother.
I'm just waiting it for the other shoe to drop.
See,
so.
that's why you have bad rolls,
Guys,
because you're doing it to
guys.
yourself.
Dice superstition doesn't exist. You're all lying to yourself.
Stop that.
What was that? Natural one, Urian?
By the law of averages, I shouldn't be rolling this
Guys,
low
it
so
doesn't
goddamn
exist.
consistently.
I'm a dice atheist, guys.
Binding the ropes together, cinching it closed, you have an additional 50 to play with.
Keep lowering it down.
Lowering it further and further until you're at the full 100. And it's only then that you begin to see some semblance of a bottom, when the sparks catch against the floor. But even then, they fall for a good while before landing.
Can we
see
reason-
the bottom.
It would be reasonably ascertained that another length of 50 would do the trick at this point.
Another length of 50 would allow you to bind it to that load-bearing pillar as well as let it touch the bottom.
Perfect. Kellen will unstrap his 50-foot length and attempt to join them once again.
So what, we got about 150 feet of rope?
Well, with 25 feet taken up, so you're probably looking at like 125 feet to the bottom.
With safe slack, just to be,
Right.
sure.
Yeah, ish, right.
All in all,
I see.
all in all, to the bottom, it's about 130-ish feet.
It's a lot of climbing.
It's a lot of climbing, and I need another survival roll to bind that rope. Because this will ensure that the party doesn't potentially fall. With advantage, as you are still being assisted.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, DM did call it. You were cursed.
Does the knot look a little horrible?
That's the not the car.
Well, do you have proficiency in survival, Ashilde?
No, I was going to mend the two ends of the rope together into one big rope.
Maybe. Roll me an Arcana check. You managed to do it. You managed to combine two coils of rope. However, you have lost one of the coils. It's no longer 50 feet. It is 100 feet and cumbersome, so not conducive to travel with, usually.
That's the joy about knives. You can always cut it in half again.
Indeed.
I can do this all day.
However, thanks to the conjoined effort of Alaric, Kellen, and Ashilde.
Get it conjoined because they conjoin the rope. Very clever.
Shut the fuck up. You managed to bind all three, and you would watch as those sparks touch against the floor finally at the very bottom of the pit. So, who's the first to go down?
That's funny.
I know I'm going to regret this, but before we start climbing down, like I know that like I'm going to regret this on the dice roll end of things. Kellen would like to try something to hopefully ease our climbing bullshit.
And what's that gonna be?
Another 50 feet of rope. That'll have to be sacrificed by basically cutting it up. But you can basically make a climbing harness where you wrap it around your thighs and waist, and then you have this. It's basically a slip line knot, and as you climb, you slide the knot down, and it takes some of your weight.
Oh, it's
Perfect.
like a counterweight to ease the pressure from the
Who
rope.
is sacrificing their rope?
Well, Alaric still has that other 50 on his arm that he
It
hasn't used.
also makes ascending quite a lot easier. Instead of just pulling yourself with your arms, you can slide the rope up.
You
and
used
just pull. Yeah.
all three. You used the two that were given to you, and then Kellen's hempen rope.
So somebody else who has a 50-foot length of rope would have to sacrifice their rope.
Okay.
Upon hearing that suggestion from Kellen, Marana will proffer hers.
Well, yeah, so he'll nod and take out his knife and start measuring out lengths for this particular project at about,
Let's see that survival roll with advantage.
about 8 feet. So should do fine. Goodbye. Pray to the dice god.
I don't have my wizard ring hitting
pretty
on
good.
my Arcana check. I just realized.
Pretty damn good. I want to look at the fucking name of this thing. I know it exists. I've used it in the Boy Scouts. I just don't remember what it was called.
That kind of doesn't answer who'll be going first, too, though.
It's called a Bachman knot or ascending rope.
I already said I'd go first.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Silro already voluntold herself. But so, with the first length of rope, he'll approach Silro and just say, like, spread your legs a little bit, and he'll start tying her up. Giggity. Wrapping around, like, basically her thighs and then her waist, and then attaching the Bachman knot to the rope that's hanging on the pit, and he'll kind of show her how when you descend, you twist and just slide it down the rope, so like you can basically give your arms a break every now and then. And then if you want to go up, you just pull up on it and then push up with your legs and everything.
Your Arcana did have a bonus, by the way. Looking at it, you have a +6.
Yeah, I just put that on there. It wasn't putting my ring on my Arcana bonus.
Gotcha.
Yuria would step forward and offer to go second.
Kellen will tie up her next, and just kind of anyone who wants to go down, he'll do that for them, so that we're not Noodle Arms McGee by the time we get to the bottom.
As Kellen is working Yuria's harness, Alaric comes up from behind him and starts attaching the lantern to the back of his waist, tying the handle to him.
Kellen's waist?
Yes, the
Fair.
one guy who can't see in the dark.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you have a point.
Oof.
I just kind of like look over his shoulder like, what are you? Oh, yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Gives him a pat on the back.
The hooded lantern does have to be held.
Oh yeah, you can't just.
Correct.
It's not one of the cool ones like what's his name sells.
That Roy sells.
Roy, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Broadhurst sells you the waist lantern that basically frees your hands because it's small and compact. This has sloshing oil. Very easy to catch yourself on fire.
Sounds like a great time.
Oh.
It'll be fine.
Who's going third?
Shield will go.
Squishy's up. Let's go.
She too gets the rope.
Fourth?
I suppose at that point, Marana will go.
Fifth?
Rana also gets the rope. Little did you know this was just an excuse for me to tie everyone, hog tie them without them realizing it. And now I leave.
New title unlocked. Rigger, Class 2.
Oh shit! Hope this doesn't. Kellen's like, I hope this doesn't awaken something in me.
Who's going fifth?
Rope bunnies for the win.
The whole party will be rope bunnies, and Kellen's
Who's going
like,
fifth?
I guess me or Alaric, because that's only two left.
I don't know. I can't answer because I said first, so stop yelling.
Alaric is holding the rope to make sure nothing goes wrong, so he will obviously be going last.
All right. Well, he'll complete his rigor achievement by tying up Alaric first, and then himself, and he will go, and Alaric can go last, I guess.
Okay.
I use these in the Boy Scouts. They're actually really neat. I like you. Rock
One by
climbing
one,
merit.
everybody's given a harness. Thankfully, with the assistance of the rope, you're able to make your way down with no issues. No athletics checks, nothing like that, and no worries of the rope coming undone. And one by one, you descend into the darkness. First, Siluro. Then Yuria. Then Ashilde. Then Marana. Then Kellen. And lastly, Alaric. As you descend, those of you with dark vision would notice the muted grays that meet you there, unable to make out any real details. But as you get deeper and deeper, having to sort of push off of the walls and sort of descend, you would realize that this entire cavern, the hole that you are climbing down, was carved.
I would like to make a stonework check as a dwarf,
Sure.
using my history.
Yep.
There's nothing currently to discern right now, as this isn't carved in the way like brick and mortar. This is carved by hand and claw.
What you gotta say, Claw?
You know why.
Oh, this is a burrow then. They burrowed through.
Yes.
Okay,
Why
alright.
you gotta say Claw?
Deeper and deeper you descend, and more rancid and foul the smell becomes, until eventually we map transition, and you find yourselves at the bottom of a pit.
Yeah, nice map title, by the way.
Thanks.
What was the title?
It's the names of the maps at the top left, in case you were wondering.
Oh, The Darkest Dungeon?
Yeah, wow, it's crazy. It is
Womp
pretty dark.
womp.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But as we detach ourselves from the rope, I'm going to light the lantern because I can't see shit.
Okay.
It's already lit. Wait, did you like snuff it? Actually,
No.
that'd be smart. Maybe you probably.
Did you
should.
snuff the light?
If it wasn't lit, if it was lit, he snuffed it. If it wasn't lit, he's lighting it now. Either way.
Give it just
Wait a second. Wait a second. My character is the fucking abomination from Darkest Dungeon now.
What?
I'm the guy that
know,
should be tied up in chains.
No.
you,
no,
you
you're-
know he's right. Give me that rope, boys.
Oh no.
We're gonna
It
make
makes sense.
we're gonna awaken something in you today.
Lighting? Jesus fucking Christ. Lighting the lantern, it'll last for 6 hours.
Slick.
It does require your hand to be holding it.
Can I set it down?
Yes.
All right. In the event that I need to free up a hand,
Set it down. It breaks. It's
just instantly explodes as it touches the ground. Just
I should be able to hit this button on your character sheet.
stop it.
Do what I want.
Stop.
Perfect. Okay. You find yourselves at the bottom of this pit. You would notice immediately, being down here and the lantern being lit, you are surrounded on almost all sides by crag and stone that has been carved by claw in hand. And you would notice that in front of you lays debris, fallen stonework that blocks your path.
God, if only we had a shovel. Oh wait,
We do have a shovel.
we do.
We have the hell of a shovel.
Is this in fact what the shovel may in fact be used for, DM?
Yeah, it is, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Get the shovel.
Sure, I think Alaric was carrying the shovel, so.
He was. He'll give it to Kellen.
What? Ready for these noodle arms to do some work?
Hell yeah.
Read the shovel, brother.
The party's in tears. They finally can use the shovel.
What does the shovel say?
Thank God.
Tool which can shape the world, with enough elbow grease at least. Used commonly by farmers and builders, this simple shovel can be used for so much more. As an action, you can attempt to clear out blockages with a successful Okay, I'm keeping the shovel.
Thank you. I was waiting for you to get to that line.
Yes. Failing by more than 5 will result in a clear pad with a destroyed shovel. I am super keeping the shovel.
Hey, yo, that shovel got mold earth on it? Gimme.
He'll be unslung, brought forward. Alaric walks past his friends as though he was the man with the plan and solutions. And as he brandishes his shovel, the most menacing tool of them all, he'll attempt to dig out the way.
The DC is 15.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Is this an athletics that I can assist him with?
Nope.
Oh,
Oh, that's lame.
Am I about to blow my inspiration over a fucking shovel?
We're going to
Here we
find
go.
out. DC is
problem.
15.
No
Okay.
shovels?
Big ass DC with a shovel. Holy
that man
fuck.
would have a shovel. It's a good way to bury your regrets.
Ooh, that's rough, buddy.
Well, he didn't fail by more than 5, so.
Yeah. So I just failed.
Correct.
Should I try again?
Attempting to clear it out, pulling and like sort of striking at the stone. There is no budge. You can attempt again.
It's just lurch force movement as Alaric just starts shoveling out debris to the side, and then he hits stiff stone that's in the way, and he has to sort of use his hands to align it well so he can fit the shovel. It's hard and it's difficult, and the more he works, he's realizing that he's using more strength rather than skill and process, so he's making more debris fill in what he works through. So it takes him a while, and this is the second attempt, him learning his mistakes.
Perfect.
Let's see.
Oh, there you go.
And with a successful 23, managing to find that last piece of rock that is keeping it all together, you manage to clear out the break and reveal the path beyond. As the rock crumbles and reveals the passage that leads further in, you are assailed by the stench of death.
Gross.
But the path before you is bare, adventurers.
Whatever lies in here, we'll put it to the torch, and we'll bring back those children. We will, right?
As long as we aren't put to the torch doing so. She looks down at the thick claw marks in the ground. Whatever can do that can tear through chainmail with ease, I imagine. Now, let's try to keep our voices down.
Keeping his voice down. Alaric, I can't promise that those children are alive, but regardless, we're here to do what is necessary to protect these people of Tyros, alright? And if they're not alive, then we'll make sure that whatever did it pays for it.
Alaric nods. It is a grim, heavy-laden nod. But as he affixes the shovel to his backpack, he hefts verdict, and with intent, steps out and into the hallway.
Alaric, you are the first to notice as you step out. There are 3 passages. North, south, and east. Directly down the middle.
Holy shit. Yeah, he's gonna make room for the rest to spill out. Kind of looking around, cautious. He tries to lower his voice, but again, Alaric is not very good at being quiet. He'd have one hell of a battlefield voice, but when it comes to whispering, he's just fucked. Still, he tries. This seems like the kind of place would have traps.
Silril would step out and put her hand on his forearm, not his shoulder, because he's tall and she's not. She would look to him reassuringly. We will try our best. These are our people.
Reassurance is down. Direction. But
This show of sympathy from Silril has a kind of effect on his expression, one that's draped itself with resilience, with strength for what's to come. And he seems taken aback slightly, nostalgic even. But he nods firmly and looks, well, as flat, as someone doggedly intent on doing what needs to be done can look. Other people.
And as you all step out into the main chamber, into this fork, you can hear it. The skittering.
Fuck, it's more rats.
Don't like that.
And that's where we'll call it for tonight.
I knew it.
Son of a bitch!
But it's
Are you guys ready for some Darkest Dungeon
the
music?
darkest, the pit. The pit we have back. We are back to, in fact.
By the way, I am. Oh, go ahead.
We will be picking this up next week on the 19th for episode 33, The Descent.
Didn't we already have the descent?
No.
I am so glad there's no stress system, because Yuria would have given all of us afflictions by now. Holy
What do you
shit.
mean?
Oh my god.
She only asked. I mean, she probably would be insane herself. She literally peered into some crazy dude's fucking head, and then
Just
immediately got
imagine-
dissonant whispered.
Imagine the art of every character reaching their breaking point. Your resolve is tested.
Thank you guys so much for playing. I hope you enjoyed today's session. I did. I had a great time.
I'm all sweaty, and you did this, and it's your fault. Clean me.
I'm gonna have nightmares.
Delightful.
Not yet. That's next week.
Dude, creepy children laughter when I know my kids are asleep does not do good things for me, okay?
That's because children are creepy.
I mean,
But I thought I've talked about this before, but like how horror, like the aspect of like horror TV, horror movie monsters, where you have like a strange creature that's like really grotesque and everything like that. Like how like the psychology of horror is based off of like people's inherent fear of like babies and shit, because they often make monsters kind of look like babies.
Whatever you say, Freud.
Why don't you go hug your mom or something?
I do.
I don't think Freud. I don't think that was applicable here.
No, that was that was well after Freud's time. Freud didn't go to the movies, I don't think. I don't think they had movies.
Whatever,
they're
Freud.
all moving pictures.
Yeah,
Read the
those
room.
little spinny thing. I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. One of my like psychology courses back in the day.
I had a great time.
Who the
Wow.
fuck's Freud?
Don't worry about it.
A questionably famous psychologist.
Oh yeah, the guy was.
Yeah, you know, when he famous for quote, mommy, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's not wrong.
What's his
He
full
invented
name?
the term MILF.
Sigmund.
It's Sigmund Freud.
Oh yeah, I know who he is. He's fucking.
Yeah, he was basically
German,
like,
right?
everybody wants to bang their mom.
That's right.
Like also came up
Or
with,
their
like,
dad.
Yeah. He also came up with the whole like anal retentiveness thing and how it's weird.
It's all
Like-
bullshit.
Yeah, like 90% of everything that he posited ended up being kind of proven incorrect, but he did lay a good foundation for the study, so there's that.
If you have any questions for myself or for the players, feel free to highlight your questions with channel points, and for as long as the players wish to stick around, we will answer them to the best of our abilities. Can we expect me to do my best Wayne June impression? I wish I could even sound like a fraction of that
So
man.
I've led my bladed wading into the howling abyss, into the darkest dungeon. Ba-da. I don't think anyone.
Why don't you
Wayne June?
why don't you just try? Just try. Come on.
Just try.
Just try
Smile.
do it. Do it.
What are we thinking would be down here? Any guesses?
Horrible shit.
Children, I hope.
Oh, I got some idea.
You got some ideas? What are your ideas?
Fucking Karen always has ideas. It's always the worst possible thing too.
What you got? What's on the docket? What do you think?
I'm feeling we're having some kind of hag nonsense.
Hmm.
You're still on the hag
Down
trope?
here? In the darkest dungeon? Ding, 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 ding. Get in the pot.
Get in the box.
Ding,
Not
ding,
her.
ding,
She's
ding,
in
ding,
the
ding.
wheel though. This
Get
is
in the
clearly
pot.
the manor. No, you got. This is the crypt. You got the bosses in the wrong area. Do you even play?
This
Red
is the
Hook, bro?
necromancer. Get real.
Yeah. What the hell? Where's the bone voice?
That's what you're gonna hear. Is, next session is gonna be like, all right, everybody.
Rattle, rattle.
You hear the clattering of bones, and then you hear the doot. I need everybody to roll me a wisdom save.
No!
Not him.
Get in the fetal position.
No.
That's what fucking tipped Henry off was the dude.
Drove
Under his
him
house.
insane.
It did, bro. At night, he just hear dude. And he started boarding up his windows because he couldn't get the doots out.
It won't shut up, dude. I'll kill you.
Yeah, this laughter needs to go home.
Can you share? It is home. Can you share any more news about the upcoming D&D campaign you have with Brett Ultimus? Yeah, it's pretty pog. He's a really chill DM who lets me get away with way more than I should be allowed to.
Noted.
So, did you talk to him about your potential weapon?
I did, but I'm not sure how happy I am with the trick property. I'm hoping to talk with him more on it.
Oh. Nothing wrong with talking to him. Again, he's been super receptive to my ideas, so.
Yeah, currently it has like 1 damage of lightning damage each 10 feet I travel. So I don't know. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but that seems very small.
Whoa, you gain holy shit. As a bonus action, you gain haste?
I don't know what that is.
Holy fuck, haste is insane.
Wait, you get... No way.
As a bonus action, you get choose a willing creature that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, the target's speed is doubled. It gains a +2 to its armor class, has advantage on dex saving throws, and gains an additional action at the end of its turn.
Well,
it gives you... That's insane.
it's crazy.
I don't know what that means.
I just read it to you. Yeah, it's insanely good.
When the spell
Well,
ends, the
that's
target...
what my drug is. That's the drug. It's not the weapon. It's the drug I take. I also have withdrawals. He says... He told me that I had, like, lethargy?
Lethargy, yeah.
I'm gonna have to...
That's basically when your haste wears off. You become stunned temporarily.
Yeah, I can just do it again, so... Yeah, he said I'm still able to use the stim accelerator even when I'm lethargic.
Nice. People, it's spooters. Skittering, a dark, damp place, spooters, 100%.
Spooters? Nah, it's feral dogs. It's rat dogs. All those marks in the ground,
Ooh.
big rat dogs.
Dude, rat dogs are insane, bro. I looked at their stat block that they put in the Dark Souls TTRPG. Hey, you guys want to roll for a disease every time you get bit?
Why, yes, I would. How did you know?
Because that's
There
what
goes my
happens,
arm.
little bio.
There goes my arm and my immune system. Wow.
Man, oh man, oh
Wolf rat, yes. Yes, Zebus, that's right.
What affliction or negative quirk would best fit each PC? I named it Darkest Dungeon as a meme because my meme thus far has been, this is my Darkest Dungeon campaign again.
This is my Red Hook face.
It's
Again,
not actually
it's
the
another
Darkest Dungeon. I just thought it would be a
Nice.
funny haha meme to name it that.
Bro, if this is the Darkest Dungeon, we're moving. Erm's Ferry needs to move.
Get me out now, you say, trying to climb back up the rope.
If this is the Darkest Dungeon, we start seeing Templars and shit. Our next plan of action is to say, fuck them kids.
Go up. Say, Constable, have you ever
Respectfully.
considered, respectfully, don't ever come to this side of the ferry ever again. Go back.
Just leave.
I would say. Oh, let me actually pull up my old afflictions bookmark real quick.
Never should have taken that rope. Now I'm down here with the progenitor of all.
Alpha and Omega. Let's see. We got selfish for Uria.
What do
We
you
got.
That's not me at all. You obviously haven't been paying attention to my character.
We have hopeless for Siluril.
Oof.
Hopeless? What does that mean?
Oof.
You get a -5 to your
Hope-
accuracy, -5 dodge, and -3 speed.
Why? How did I acquire that? I'm
We're
not
going.
hopeless.
Just as Sad Lurker asked, what would everybody's afflictions or negative quirk be?
Exactly. I want
From
to
Darkest
know
Dungeon.
why I would have that.
Because you're very optimistic. That is your character. You strive for the better of other people. It only makes sense that if you were given an affliction, it would be hopelessness.
The disillusionment.
You realize your own mortality, that everything is a waste.
What if Ashford really wasn't the good guys?
I don't like it.
We got Alaric as abusive.
No.
We got Marana as paranoid.
You're just
We got-
stating our character quirks. What are you talking about?
We got Kellen
These are
as
afflictions.
irrational.
Rational? Really?
Irrational.
Rationless? No rations?
And we got fearful for a
Shield.
shield day.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Joke's on you, I'm already there.
Better question. at
Yeah,
this
but
point would
fear
be,
for allure.
So since, you're talking about resolve, what would be the positive thing if you pass the resolve check?
Virtue.
Oh, we
We don't
virtue
do that
farming?
here. We don't do that here.
We don't do
It's
virtues?
negative quirks only.
Damn, it really is ROTS. That was such a kick in the nuts when I got like a 98. I'm like, oh yeah, virtue time. And you're like, paranoid. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that was in that moment that we realized
damn
that
it.
maybe this list is fucked.
Just a bit.
When you're like, wait, where are the good ones? Oh, wait.
I can't wait to be stalwart.
Because they had always
You're paranoid.
rolled so low for their stress tests, their resolve tests, that like when he finally rolled high, I was like, oh shit, like, oh shit, we're gonna see like
Oh,
Sebastian
boy,
be
here
a
we
hero.
go.
Paranoid.
Let's look.
Oh,
Damn it.
and that began the down spiral of like maybe stress system's bad, maybe this game isn't good, and then just start doing that shit. There's only 5 virtues. There's vigorous, powerful, focused, courageous, and stalwart. We'll get to that in a moment. Since you mentioned the Dark Souls D&D campaign, how much progress has been made in regards to its completion? Is it still a work in progress? Still seeking players? Yes. It's still a work in progress. Yes, I'm still seeking players. The reason it's a work in progress, and it will be for a hot minute, is because my Wednesday has been preoccupied, or will be preoccupied with playing in Brett's game. I wanted to run the game on Wednesdays. So it is still it's in the back burner right now, but still being worked on. No issues there. Tatsuya says, thank you, Crown and Players, for the wonderful game. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest for the evening. As do I. Thank you again, Tatsuya, for sticking around and watching the whole game. I appreciate that.
That's right. You're breathtaking.
No, you.
Thank you, people, for watching us play these characters that we kind of sometimes play. Once a week, at least.
Sometimes play. Watching the
Sometimes
party
play.
pour their hearts
sometimes
out.
Sometimes even play well. And how we actually mean to play them. And by we,
Sometimes.
I mean mostly me. I almost know what I'm doing.
I always feel like I suck.
Shut up.
No, I suck more than you.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah? I'm meta all the time. I'm the worst player here.
DM just like, okay, get out.
I'm the worst player.
Wait.
I love how almost every session tends to be a roller coaster of emotions in any way. Either high or low, still, we come in feeling and we leave emotionally exhausted.
Absolutely. But
It's great. It's
not-
really great.
doesn't help that it's usually around after midnight. Although I guess for some people, this is like normal bedtime. I don't know. Y'all's sleep schedule is kind of whack sometimes. Not gonna lie.
Look at me, man. I'm a working stiff, so.
That's right. You and me, Kellen, we're working folk, and Morana.
I can.
It was a great idea to bring back the time, though.
The what?
The
Oh,
time.
to move it forward an hour?
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
I hope so, because we did.
So, we will pick this up next week on the 19th for episode 33. And the party exploring the dungeon that they found themselves in.
Oh boy, guys, we finally reached the dungeon part of Dungeons and Dragons. Are you ready?
Indeed, you guys haven't gotten into one of those yet, and
boy.
now,
It's a hot
now
minute.
you're in one.
It's been it's been how many episodes?
Yeah, you're right. We really haven't
32
done like.
episodes. The only one we've actually done was the Sahagin dungeon, really.
Yeah, that was the only kind of dungeon we had before this.
This is our second dungeon in 32 episodes.
Hey,
Woo!
Oh, let's
so
go.
y'all keep go like we're
Let's
gonna stick a tad.
To be fair, we did say we want to.
To be fair.
You know where politics usually doesn't happen? Crips.
Indeed,
So
you guys have
it makes
been
sense.
playing the politics, so it only makes sense you've been neglecting
That's
the
right.
adventuring part.
Hey, we want these people to love us and see us as the
Love
humans
me
that we are.
as we carry away this old man.
They need to see the humanity in
shackles.
us. We can't just roll
Yeah.
into a town and rat catch our way through their problems, you know?
Why
Sometimes
We
you
need to
can.
connect with them.
not? Why
Right.
not?
I mean, that's kind of what we have been doing, to be perfectly
What if I just
honest.
show up and I'm better than them?
You saw with in Elion's tier that you can roll up, just talk to people, and be just fine. In other towns, you have to be the rat catcher. You have to do what the town needs to earn their affection and their hope. Otherwise,
like
you're just more mouths to feed, more resource dumps.
That's not true. If I kill the other mouse, then there's less mouse to feed, and I did them a service.
Yeah, see, you talk up Yuria being evil.
She's really not. She's not. She's not actually evil. She's just neutral.
I'm fucking smart.
Smart ass. Oh.
Debatable.
No problem. Very excited to see you playing a D&D game, D&D player alongside Momo. Very excited to see what the campaign will be, and what your characters will be and Momo's character. I'm very excited
Sorry,
for our
what?
characters. Somebody was saying that they're very excited to see us play alongside each other.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be good.
The GM brought low to a simple single mind.
I am but one man.
It's like God of War, where Kratos like goes from God to like.
Did you see
one
your
part
weapon
man.
he made for you, by the way?
Yeah, it's fucking sick. I was like, yeah, I want this idea. And he's like, all right, what if I make it fucking awesome?
Do what's called a pro gamer move.
It's really cool.
All right.
What are you gonna name it?
I don't know what I'm going to name it yet.
I'm gonna name it.
I'm going to figure out
I
a
need
name.
help picking my rogue type. I've never played a rogue. I've never.
Yeah, we could talk about that. I'd be down. I'm going to go upstairs anyway and get some food here in a moment once we shut off the stream.
Ooh, sorry, there's none left.
I mean, I have food in the freezer, unless that's been eaten.
Yeah, we ate that.
Wow.
Yeah, we actually ate a year's supply of pizza rolls.
I guess you'll just have to. Stay here, starve, and play GTFO until you withered to dust.
I will be back to play some GTFO if you lads
Let's
are staying
go!
up. If you lads are staying
Hell
up.
yeah, we're staying
Let's
up, brother.
go!
Are you kidding
Good
me?
shit.
Oh, that's You were saying
That's right.
GTFO. You said GTA the other yesterday.
I did
Adam.
not say GTA. I said
You said GTA. You said we're playing GTA 5, and I was like,
No.
what?
I
No,
said
I don't want to play
GTFO.
that.
I just have an
Oh, we're
accent.
playing GTFO.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys play like a grid game like Vermintide 2 so that I can play?
We do play that.
Dude,
We're
GTFO
gonna.
is a great game, bro.
Before I said
That
the
shit is so
initials.
scary, bro. Holy shit.
Bro, it's tense.
Mm,
You want to
Before
play
I said the
D-Boy?
initials, caught
What?
myself.
D-Boy.
what's D-Boy?
D-Class. It's an SCP thing. They're the people they throw into the SCP chambers, mostly to get eaten and die. D-Boy! Long hallways, brother.
Perfect.
Listen, the atmosphere is great. There's a lot of expanse in this game, by the way.
Why don't all of you go ahead and say goodbye to chat as we wrap it up for today?
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat. I hope you enjoyed shitting your pants as much as I did.
I hope you don't.
Yeah?
Good wishes, good
I
wishes.
hope you have a good day. Don't have to deal with poopy pants like Uriah Zyrie.
I pressed in my pants. I pressed it
I
again.
unpressed you them.
Stop it.
Wait,
them.
how do you
I
grab
dissonant
someone
whispered.
else's pants?
I
You know what?
pressed you them.
Fuck you. Unbrowns your pants.
I make your clothes pink.
I'm dying. I died. My weakness.
I would just
What have
make
you
the
done? You've
outside
given
of
me.
your helmet pink, so
You-
you wouldn't even know.
You gave me color.
All right, you degenerates. I'll be back in a moment.
Silver was my thing.
Oh, boy. Hey. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. You guys were awesome today. I appreciate being here for the entire session. Jesus. Thank you guys so much. We will be picking this up, as I said, next week, next Friday, for episode 33, with the players beginning to explore the dungeon that they just found. As well, if you're interested in more Dungeons and Dragons, this Sunday, over on Momo's channel, the player Silero, we play our Secrets of Eurus game over there, early in the morning. So feel free to stop on by. As well, if you're new here and just tuned in for your first session here with us, I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. More D&D content, map making, world building, monster creation, and the likes, as well as our community Discord, which is thriving and bustling with people who would love to meet you, and you're more than welcome to join. If you have any questions about the systems that we use, be it Foundry or Incarnate, those streams are the ones to come to and ask those questions. With all of that wrapped up, I hope that you all have a good night. I hope that you all enjoy your weekend, and I will see you all later. Don't forget to hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, and good night, everybody.